Kia ora.
Ki noi tātou. Hei mua koe e mātou e ua. Hei tohu i a mātou mahi atu. Ko koe no ki e whakakaha i a mātou ki whaikorori a koe e mātou mahi atu. He me ti mata he me mahi. He me whakahoti i roto i a koe. Kia whiwhi ai hoki mātou ki tōra tonu i te mea ta whainei e koe. Ko ihu kreiti hoki tō mātou ariki. Amen. Whakamui miti kia koe te matua kārau. Me ngā kia puawai tō aroha i roto o mātou nāku katoa. Koe nā te me nui o tēnei au hurihuri. Ki ngā piki ngā heke o tō wā. Tautoko mai, a whina mai ngā whānau katoa. He mauwi ane tai maana i roto nei te hoi pera me te kāinga. Me o tātou nei rangatira, Uncle Hami. Raua ko Rich Graham. Nā reira, piki te kaha, piki te ora, piki te māramata. E te matua kahara, tiakina mai, arihina mai i a matu katoa. E haere mārunga nei i te huarai. Ia rā, ia rā. Me ngā whānau e haere tawhitiro ki te tāwahi, huri no hoki o te motu. Nā reira, kia horota mārino, kia whakapapa paunamu tumona, kia tere te ka rohi rohi. E rungo tingo te matu te tama, me te wairu o tapu. Nā reira, tuturu whakamaua kia tēnā.
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 Hui e.
Tai ki
Kai,
e.
Nā reira, i tuake nei, i raro te maru tō tātou matu te rangi. E mihi kauana, e mihi mai o hā kia koutou kia tātou ku hui mai nei. Nā reira, he rauranga tira mai, kui mai e koro mai. A rangatira hoki o te kaunihera, o te mataua Maui, Rex, James, a kanuta mihi kanuti arahai ki a koutou i tēnei wā. Huri no hoki, te whānau, o te kaunihera, a Pierre mā, me tō whānau hoki, tō tīma hoki, kanuta mihi ki a koutou. Ara ki te whānau nei, o ngā tai whenua mai te wairo ki te ahuriri, panganui a rotu ki te heretanga taino atu ki tamate ariki nui kanuta mihi ki a koutou i tēnei wā. Nā reira, kāre ro taku kōrero i tēnei wā, mate atua koutou e manaki, e te haki, e a rahi roto tona rangi Māori, e tēnei rangi, me ngā rā e heke mai nei. Nā reira, tēnā koutou, huri no, kia ora.
Kia ora, Api.
Kia ora. Te tio mana, anei rā he tū kia whakatau mai i tēnei te karakia uhia nei ke rungi a tātou i te rangi nei. Nō reira e te rangatira, tō tātou nei pirihi i te rangi. Tēnei te mihi kia koe. Taino rā kia tātā, me ki rā ngā mihi hoki ki tēnā ngā piku wate. Pēnā ia soli mā. Te mihi atu kia rātou kua mene atu ki te pō. Hoki mai rā kia tātou, te pito ora, ngā mahu e tango o rātou. Pīkau hea ngā wawatanga tūmanako kāre anō i tūtaki nō reira. E te tia mana, me kira tō tātou nei pirihi. Rātou katoa tēnā koutou huri no tēnā tātou.
Kia ora tātou. I tautoko nā kōrero rangatira i tēnei wā, he whakatūwhera tātou hui o te marama nei, he tika te kupu te tuatai a tātou ātua. Me ngā mihi ki a rātou he wihi atu ki te pō. Me a rātou i noho ai te hui pera, me kainga hoki i māwiwi i tēnei wā. Kauri ki a koutou i tai mai, mō tautau mahi i tēnei wā. Me a rātou he mātakitaki i titiro mai whakarongo mai, i runga i te pauaka whakaata ka mihi ki a koutou. Welcome everybody to our Māori Stand Committee hui for the month of, where are we, November?
November.
Woo, almost another year gone. What did we do this year?
Lots.
Look, welcome everybody. We've got our agenda there. We do have a couple of apologies. I'll just turn to our secretary. Peter?
Yes, we've got Hami Hilton, Peter Eaton's going to be late, Roger Marker likewise late, and Councillor Ormsby's going to be late as well on Zoom.
Were there any other apologies? Kapai, we're all good? Someone like to move those? Thank you, Mare. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Kia ora, thank you. Moving along to conflicts of interest and declarations. So, apart from the fact that we're Maori, and this is the Maori Standing Committee, are there any other conflicts of interest? Declarations, anybody lost a job over the last, being sacked anywhere? No?
Confessions.
Confessions. Other than that, we're moving to the confirmation of the minutes for our 11th of August 2021. So the minutes have been circulated.
That was the last one.
So if there are no corrections, amendments,
Just to bring up one item in there, just trying to find it, Mr Chairman, this is my feedback to a couple of bullet points, and that was in reference to the whitebait policy that I understood was going to be pursued in terms of the policy itself. I'll bring that matter up as part of a minor item, if I may. Thank you.
we'll get to that. No other corrections, omissions. Can I have a move and a seconder, please, from those who were present?
I'll move.
Thank you, Polder. Seconder?
Yes.
Thank you, Rose. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Thank you. Carried unanimously. With that, we're on to item 5. Takiwā, report o te takiwā. So within our reports, we have one verbal from Whanganui-a-Rotu, and we have written reports from Heretaunga, Tamatea, and Wairoa. So thank you to those who managed to get written reports in. So part of the reason why we put them in writing is to actually give members the opportunity to read through them, digest the information in there, and actually the ability to highlight the points that are of interest. So, as we know, a lot of our tai whenua, when you read them, it actually does the whole business of our tai whenua within that particular area. And I can understand why we wish to report on that, to distribute that information out as what will be taking place back in our tai whenua. But for the purposes of this hui, it's really about zeroing in on what's relevant at this table. Ka pai?
Aye.
So it's about highlighting those things. So we'll start over here to my right. We'll start with Heretaunga, and we'll swing around to Ahuriri, Tamatea, and we'll go to Wairoa down that end of the table, for those that are on in the room and those that are on screen. Kia ora tātou. Heretaunga.
Well, kia ora, Mr Chairman. I mean, there's been quite a bit that happens under my radar, and this is certainly just one aspect of that part of what comes rolling along. I pick up from where we left off last month in regards to requesting access into the gates of council management areas, particularly around the whitebait season. I see that our GM has come back to respond to that aspect. The significant changes that are being proposed through the regulations are now coming on stream. I've received some complaints over the last couple of weeks with regards to trespass notices that have been sent out by, got copies of it here, but I will hand this on to council staff. The key item I think that came out of last month was around the timely review of the policy. I think it goes more broadly in regards to just having access into the rivers. And certainly that's starting to play itself out, particularly around what customary rights and interests mana whenua, tangata whenua can pull lever on. I think that discussion needs to be also communicated both with Regional Council, DOC, and we're all in the room, having to put this under the microscope and just see what issues are flaring up. And so I'm just going to sit that item on the table for the time being. I do acknowledge that the whole purpose and drive of the regulations has been the demise and decline of stocks around the country. I do comment on here how Hawke's Bay Regional Council, along with people such as Hans Rook, and as well as Joella Brown, if we hadn't had people like them and people like Dan that have been rigorous in terms of setting up spawning areas, particularly as that started to show up with their work over the previous 20 years, our situation in Hawke's Bay, particularly around the decline, does not fit what's generally happening around the rest of the country, notwithstanding the implementation of these new regulations, as I say, which is governed by both access management down on the river by Hawke's Bay Regional Council, and the overall function of Department of Conservation needs to be kept in sync in a triangulated conversation with tangata whenua. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's my report.
Are there any questions for Mare? Katarana? Carl?
Ka pai.
Ka pai. Anuru? Ka pai. Ape, whangani arotu? Oh. Sorry.
Sorry, Chair, if I may.
Chair, if I may. Could I just seek some clarification from Mare about the specific access issues? So we had a general message there, and the response from the GM that I read suggested that access keys were provided to each marae that requested them, and to my knowledge, we have a system in place to enable access, and the policy intention is absolutely to enable access. So I'm interested to understand specifically what are the impediments. I am aware of one trespass notice having been issued to an individual in relation to freedom camping within the environment, but I'm not aware of any trespass notices being issued for Mahinga Kai collection. So if you could just provide some bit more detail on that, that would be helpful.
Yes, I think that I did see an email that came from Peter. He's not here at the moment. His keys don't fit. I think that was basically the result of what's occurred over the last couple of years. There's also been people that, and I can provide this, I've asked for a report that came by verbal over the phone to me. I've asked those people to write this down, but what took place basically in the last week or so was 10 whānau on vehicles were down at the expressway bridge, just enjoying the afternoon warmth, swimming. A regional council vehicle came up and was witnessed by them. When they went to depart, they found that the gate was locked. They had no way of getting out. That's just to quote two examples of what's going on in the management of keys, and that's specifically raising issues about the overall management of keys that are being held. Might I add that I did bring this matter to and drew a particular individual to come in and speak to that. He's since got his key, but he didn't get I think he had paid $20, so I think all of that didn't resonate inside the report. And if this is the sort of way generally that duck shooters, white baiters are paying for keys too as well, I wasn't aware that also had applied to tangata whenua and mana whenua. So it's all of those little bits of things that are coming on stream that need some real clarification.
Yeah, and I can provide some further advice. The gentleman who was here at the last meeting did in fact have a key. He's well known to our ranger. They have frequently been in contact, so it is not accurate to say he did not have a key. He did have a
Master key.
No, he did not have a master key. Yeah. He had an access key. And what we've indicated in the email to the Maori committee is that it is not our policy position to issue master keys essentially to anybody except staff of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. And we will facilitate access wherever it's asked for. So I think we're working through that issue. Some old keys no longer work because we changed the master key because there were so many keys in circulation we could not accurately manage access. it's also a responsibility for a key holder when they open a gate to close the gate behind them, because what we find is that gates are left open. Other people who don't have a key access that particular area, and then when they go to leave, exactly that situation, find they're unable to. And on the weekend, etc., that has a chain of events where we need to call staff out to let people out. So there are responsibilities for key holders that they do need to undertake, and we do provide access to everyone as appropriate where it's asked, but we are not in a position of issuing master keys, because by definition they open almost all of our padlocks, and it's simply not appropriate to have that number of master keys in circulation.
Can I respond to that, Mr. Chairman? So therefore, there's the limit on how often access through that common key is restricted by. In other words, is that bound by seasonal whitebait opening and closing?
So there are different keys for different purposes. With regards to whitebait, it is for the access, and the key for whitebaiters is for the whitebait season, same as for duck shooters. If the key is for Mahinga Kai, that would be available throughout the year. There'd be no seasonal limit on that. And so our staff manage the keys and the padlocks to enable the right access at the right time for the right people.
Mr. Chairman?
Chair, just to follow on from that, clearly we've got some work to do on the policy so everybody understands what the arrangements are. I want to, for the public record, particularly for those watching and for committee members as well, just record the fact that there is no restriction on access anywhere in our river margins for people on foot. We are talking about vehicle access, and we're talking about vehicle access in sensitive ecological areas. And I personally find it, this whole debate, a little baffling, given that I live near a river, use one recreationally. I don't have a key, I don't have the master key, I've never asked for one, and I don't consider that driving my vehicle to the edge of the waterway is necessary for me to have access to and to enjoy our waterways. So I get the fact that access for everybody universally is an important right, but the right to take a vehicle onto our sensitive waterways, where there are obviously nesting birds and there are a whole range of ecological values, is something that does need to be carefully managed and controlled. And we have a lot of vandalism, we have a lot of dumping, we have a lot of poor behaviour. So we're really keen to collaborate with this committee around getting in place some sensible arrangements that ensure that first and foremost the environment is looked after.
And if I may just close off on that, there's been a huge demand from just Joe people, public, that have been coming down and squeezing mana whenua to go to places where the others don't go. That's the point. We fish up a Tennant Road, don't know what river you fish on, James, but we've been in there for a very long time. We've seen the pressures from more fisher people coming, squeezing us down the river, and of course, you've only got to just go down on the Homewater Black Bridge, and you've got two gates right there. Where we go to is down at Tennant Road, so we can go up there to come back onto the shingle. And even now that is under the microscope for significant change based on tidal, and of course the role that regional council will play in terms of where those pin marks will take place. So this is real complex stuff in terms of where I hope we're going to have active participation in this conversation mutually and in a much better partnership mode to say, look, these are the real issues that are affecting our folk. We're getting squeezed out. We're getting pushed to the limits where you've got to go through those gates. And we need to just get to this point of understanding exactly what can we do.
So, kia ora. Just before you go there, Rick, so just a bit of summarising up what might be useful at this point in time. So we understand why vehicle access is limited. And we all know we've seen the dumping that's taken place in previous years. We've seen the hoons going down and ripping the place up. So we understand why it's important that there is some restrictions put in place. I think the issue for mana whenua, there's two issues there. So there is the gathering of kai and carrying out our traditional cultural practices of going out and gathering that kai. Something that's not just about picking watercress, it's also about eeling, setting haenakis and so forth. But then there's also the kaitiakitanga aspect of our mahi. And especially for our people back home on our marae and our hapu who take on that role. And a lot of that they take on a voluntary basis. They're not paid, they're not compensated. You know, they do that on their own back for their own, if you like, their own tikana and koa around wanting to preserve and uphold the mana of our way. So it's making sure that we're able to meet those expectations as well as council's expectations around making sure that they keep our waterways and especially the access to a point where we're able to ensure that, put it this way, unsavoury behaviour doesn't take place down there. Nobody's against that. I think we all support that. But it's making sure that we're not locked out to undertake our cultural practices, either as in gathering kai or our responsibility back to our awa. I understand that the key system is most probably dropped into, it's sectioned up, so a key will only take you so far down that, across that waterway section. Most probably doesn't go from one waterway to another, just from a practical management sense of purpose. I think those are the type of things we need to understand. So a person may not just require one key, but they may require two or several keys in order to carry out their functions on behalf of the whānau and the hapu and the iwi. So I think it's getting together, having a good understanding around what's required from both sides and putting in good practices and policies that allow that to happen. Rick.
Can I just say, I think the issue can be narrowed down to this, that the key is not about personal access, the key is about vehicle access. That's what it is. So we're talking about vehicles here. And I wanted to say that I'm kind of on James's side here. During the last lockdown, because I've been working hard and late, I decided to go for a walk across the road, down the river, at night, in the semi-dark. Me and my two dogs. Expected no one to be there. Suddenly around the corner came a bloody vehicle at high speed, bloody near flattened me and the dogs. This is inside the stop bank. There's a roadway there. Who gave this person a key to drive a vehicle in there is beside, I have no idea. I couldn't even get it, but I leapt up the road, managed to grab the dogs, could have been a flattened Rick. That's not the only time I've seen that. So the point I want to re-emphasise is James's. This is about vehicle access, and vehicles are a threat to everybody down there. Make no mistake about it. The amount of rubbish that's dumped on our rivers isn't carried here by backpacks, it's carried here by utes and trucks. So I'm on the side of people making sure that the vehicle access is really well controlled. In fact, I think it's just too slack. There have been other cases I've been down there and there's been vehicles doing wheelies and hoons and people stuck, and it's just been chaos. Absolute chaos. It should be a place for walking on foot and walking on foot safely. That's my point.
Signage. Is there signs with all your needs and aspirations everywhere down there?
Yep. No vehicle sign on the gate, no vehicle signs everywhere. People got access to the keys, they just go straight through them.
So just finally, we know that there are public spaces where vehicles can get to, and we know those hoons do go down there. I think we need to be careful about the insinuation here. And I know that it's not intentional, but that doesn't mean to say that it's not received as. Our kaitiaki are not going down there for the purposes to hoon up.
Well,
They're not going down there for the purposes to dump rubbish. So we need to make sure that we have a clear distinction between those two activities. We don't want to see that activity down there either. Fully supportive of that, not an issue.
Absolutely.
it is the cultural aspects. So it is about getting together and just making sure we've got good, clear policies, good, clear practices, and then the ability to communicate that out. Kei te pai tērā?
Yep.
Kia ora, everybody.
Mr. Chairman, I just realised something. We have kaitiaki.
Yep.
Okay, so when we want to go diving in that, we would approach one of those kaitiaki who will give us a permit to dive in whatever area we want to go. So why can't we have a kaitiaki for our numerous areas whereby they have a key?
Well, perhaps that's the policy that ends up getting developed. But we need to have a conversation first.
Sure.
Between the parties.
So I will say at the last meeting we did commit to having a look at the policy. We don't have an existing policy now.
Yep.
We would need to develop one, and that will take some time and needs to be worked into the forward program. So it's not realistic to expect it to be developed in 6 weeks, for example, for the next meeting. So we have committed to having a look at that. The other thing is Martina later on today is talking about the public use of rivers, where we'll be engaging heavily with tangata whenua and mana whenua, and that's an opportunity to have these conversations and have this input. So that's not a key policy per se, but it is an opportunity to have a say of how the rivers, the desires and aspirations about how the rivers are to be used, and then we can work with you around the policy as well. So I think there's mechanisms to work forward, and in the meantime we'll be issuing keys to whoever asks for them, but just reiterating there is pedestrian access to all areas.
Yep.
And if additional styles or ways for pedestrians to get through are required close to marae, etc., we can organise for those to be put in to make it easier.
Chris, can I ask that we look at co-design when we actually do that policy? That would be useful.
Sure.
Kia ora. No, so moving across, start.
Yeah.
Whanganea Rotu.
Mauri ora tātou. Rosie and I, we do apologise for not submitting a written report. And although we have a host of issues here, I really just want to focus on at least a couple of areas. And so stormwater overflows or overloads, one issue we have here. Last Friday, Rosie and I, with other marae representatives, we were invited to the port. And I must say that was a very enjoyable morning, and to go over there and to jump on a bus, a mini bus, and be taken down to the end of Thames Road, where we went to have a look at the container park, the two depots right at the end of that road. Of course, the one of the depots on your right hand side, of course, has a drain, and I think they call it Thames drain or something. And what was disturbing is the fact that the slush in that drain, and you guys probably know about it, it's quite deep. It could be up to nearly 2 metres, and 45 centimetres has been tested, and that is contaminated slush. And so my understanding, what we were told, is the Napier City Council have been wondering what to do about that problem for the past 5 years. And if they were going to dig it out, and that's what I think everyone wants to dig it out and get rid of it, but where do you get rid of it? So
James is going to be out.
So anyway, when there is a flood around there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, by the way, I'm not blaming the container park, but the industrial area around there, all the overflow goes into this drain, okay? And so when it does flood over there, where does the flood water go? It goes into Pandora, not far from where the Waka boats are. So whereabouts are we? Whereabouts does the regional council sit on this matter?
Chris.
So Thames Tyne system is operated by Napier City Council. They have the discharge consent for Napier City Council, and so very much it's a regulatory compliance issue in terms of the regional council's involvement. So that provides a high level answer.
So would it be true to say then the regional council is responsible? You oversee the work that should be done on their drain, and if regardless if it's Napier City Council or anyone else, if they're not, if they're not doing their job and cleaning their drain out, shouldn't you be telling them they should be, you should be doing this, otherwise someone's going to get fined? The same as what's happening today with people lighting fires out there who shouldn't be and burning the wrong stuff.
Through you, Chair. So the pollution response and compliance team have been working quite hard at identifying those industries and businesses that are discharging without any permissions. So while Napier City Council are working hard to try to clean up the drain, they can't control those that don't have any discharge consents. So the pollution response team have been identifying industry by industry those are the worst offenders, and so we have been working a lot over the past year on identifying industries such as car wreckers and dismantlers that have been discharging illegally, and we've been taking enforcement action on those. It just comes down to numbers of people and how quickly we go, but we are working really closely with Napier City on that. And then in terms of those industries that we find that are discharging trade waste and shouldn't be, or have got stormwater discharges that shouldn't have, we work with Napier City on that to get them regulated through their trade waste system also. So it's a joined at the hip approach with Napier.
Dragging the chain for 5 years, I don't think that's a good, I can understand what you're saying, but it's not a good response on their behalf. And so I hear what the council's saying, the regional council's saying, but then shouldn't they be moving a bit quicker?
And through the consents that are being issued to Napier City, they have requirements on them that have just been issued in terms of, I haven't got the details in front of me, but there are requirements, and there will be new requirements as Napier City gets new consents for those drains and discharges to ensure that industry are regulated more closely, and that Napier City have a program around that, as we have for the recent consent issued for the tidal gate consent.
So the Thames Tyne
Mr. Chair?
about 3 years ago and has a whole
Yeah, sorry, I can only speak for the last year. I apologise, I don't know about the previous 5 years, but I know that in the last year, our pollution response team have worked really, really hard at starting to identify, and there's a lot more to do, without a doubt, but we've made a really honest, consistent start this year at identifying illegal discharges.
Because I think that you most probably, to clean it up, because you've got to remember that it becomes a recreation, all that stuff goes out into the estuary, and then all you see is signs getting put up, don't swim here, pollution. But the thing is, the kids that go in there and swim, they don't read those, and so our kids are still going and swimming there. And so it's quite dangerous for our kids, and I think it just needs to be picked up a bit because of the signs. You're trying to make it so the signs are there, but at the end of the day, the kids aren't listening to signs or reading signs. They're still going in there and swimming. And so that's quite a big concern.
Sure. Just to finish on that, would it be fair to say that the problem is where do you dump it? Would that be the major problem? Where does one dump that kind of stuff?
You're talking about the sediment in the bottom of the drain? I suspect that's something that Napier City Council are considering, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Kia ora, Peter. Welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to pop to another meeting. I was here this morning and I just popped out.
Okay, so the other take I wanted to mention, last week Rosie and I were fortunate to attend another hui at on Friday at Motil Marae, and it was the kaupapa was Te Mana Te Wai in relationship to the Mohaka River. For me, it was a very another beneficial hui in the sense that what they are doing on the Mohaka River is relevant to what everyone else should be doing as far as our other rivers are concerned around Hawke's Bay. You know, very relevant, and I commend those people who were involved and those scientists who are involved and working with the iwi. So you know, something I did mention at that hui to the ladies who were running it was the fact that for some of our members we needed to be involved in workshops like that, so it's something that we could look at in the future, Pierre, for our committee as far as gathering more knowledge on Te Mana Te Wai. I know that that's been around a while, Three Waters and all that, and as we as this conversation starts to heat up, I know there's going to be more discussions next year, and so maybe this is where we should be heading as a committee. Anyway, that's one thing I wanted to bring up, Mr. Chairman. So any comments on that?
Oh, I suppose I actually add some context to that, and obviously the regional council sponsoring that, and then I was up in the Mohaka last week, so I couldn't attend the thing at our own home, but apologies for that. And it's just a good project in regards to a plan moving forward, and then engagement with those catchment groups at Ahu Whenua Trust that sit on the Mohaka, because as the government has indicated, mana whenua, and those Māori trusts that sit on the Mohaka, or those trusts that are engaged with that process, are obviously all part of the land ownership or kaitiaki on the Mohaka. So just acknowledge the part of the regional council, and then obviously it was good for Api to attend, and that for our Māori committee, because then our marae's whakapapa in that. So just a good project and a template moving forward about Māori engagement, as Api said. So to support Api's kōrero and that Mohaka plan change, obviously, and I think James has talked about that potential model for the future and around engagement, and I attended the hui up in Tūwhari Toa along with other people, and it was really great to have a collective response in regards to management, and as we go through our current changes, it's a good place to be in moving forward. So just want to recognise the contribution that the Hawke's Bay Regional Council made to working within that process in regards to what Api was saying. And I heard it was a good meeting.
So thank you for that, Peter. Any comment from operations around that?
The next RPC meeting, we are proposing following up with another workshop that we had similarly with elected members, RPC and Māori Committee out at East Pier again, where we will start to discuss what that looks like for each of the catchments to follow in the Mohaka model.
Kia pai. Any other report?
And just finally, I wanted to talk about transport. I have a couple of issues, but I see a report coming up on transport, so maybe I'll just leave it for that, eh? Is there a
Follow-up
report?
item like was reports, subcommittee reports. Are we happy to pick it up in there? Yep.
Put the
I'll take that to be a yes.
What your intention is. Get them here.
Were there any pātai for Whanganearotu?
I just got a couple of points because I missed the thing, but just supporting what Rosie said. I know we discussed it in the morning around the sludge that's in Ahuriri.
Been addressed.
Yep, and the impact. So it'd be good to have that dealt with. And just in regards to, they would have talked about the developments that are going, the housing developments in Pribbison Drive. obviously there's a housing development that are doing that and I suppose our issue, and we've got it in the report, is obviously the impact it puts on infrastructure, stormwater and all that, and we talk about tree water, so yep, there are a lot of housing developments happening, and I think these developments potentially going to happen in the hills. We look at the mission, and then we've just got to be aware about the infrastructure to deliver on those developments within our community, and obviously we're talking about reduction in pollution and that, so just want to make the regional, because the regional council's still got a responsibility in regards to monitoring that and the example that was given before about ahuriri in the estuary, we just need to make sure we've got the infrastructure to deal with all these new houses being built. I just wanted to make that because obviously we want a nice clean estuary, we want clean water, and yeah, with development becomes a drain on resource and then obviously more potential pollutants into the stormwater. Just wanted to highlight the point. Kia ora.
Cool. Pai, did you want to respond to that? Don't have to? No. Any questions for Whanganerotu? Thank you, Michelle.
Kia ora, Peter and Whanganerotu whānau. Just the addition of the issue at the wetlands by the airport. I did mention that in the regional council meeting last week, and the concern about how it's changing colour and it's pedo. Are there concerns from mana whenua there around that issue?
I think
it looks like it's blocked off and stagnant.
Yep, and that would, I suppose, with regional council, they would be able to determine if there's a pollutant or something into the water. What's the cause? I suppose that would be to determine if sort of like cause and effect, isn't it? What's causing it, and then what we need to do to put a solution. And so we'd say put that back to, I suppose, the council to have a look at or give an answer on that one.
Look, so
Action there, Peter?
so
Chris, thank you.
So absolutely. So look, the best course of action for anyone who sees pollution that may be occurring is to call the pollution hotline, and then staff will assess the situation and attend, etc. So what we encourage everyone for those sorts of things, rather than bring them up or save them up and bring them to Maori Committee, ring the pollution hotline that day so it can be dealt with by the staff we employ to deal with those issues at the time. It's the most efficient and effective way. Then if it's a bigger issue, we can obviously provide any feedback.
So it's also around about the follow-up, I suppose the follow-up from us as committee members and as kaitiaki, and of course from the officers of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council as to action taken, etc., etc. So it's making sure we keep those good communications going.
And just to add to that, because Taiwhenu has a Jobs for Nature program starting, that's going to be operational, it's operational within the ahuriri estuary. So I'd guess from now moving forward, they'd have an active eye on what's happening in there, and they'll be trying, they'll no doubt be working with the regional council's team as well to enhance that. So I would, more boots on the ground. Yep. So we should be more effective in
monitoring.
Yep.
Michelle, does that answer?
No, it actually doesn't, because Chris, I don't believe that's pollution. That's the receiving environment. Yeah, it's probably due to pollution, but I'm sure the mana whenua would like to know why it is changing colour and why it is reeking. And it's quite noticeable when you drive through on a car past the airport. A wetland, so what I'm hoping is the action so that the mana whenua know is that there's some sort of monitoring done. Like what is the cause of it? What is the bacteria in there? I'm only monitoring because it just looks stagnant. So it's like lip surface won't cut it. We actually want to know what's wrong with it because it's concerning. It reminds me of Pukera. The same thing was happening there. Katarina was changing colour. It was stagnant.
So Chris, can we get Chris to answer that?
Sure. Well, I'll just basically we'll take that on board.
We'll just take that on board. We need Ian to help answer that question. That's part of what his team does. So happy to take that on board and get back to Michelle through an email.
Can we make that a agenda item for our next Māori Committee, Standing Committee as well. So not only are you reporting back to Michelle, but actually it would be nice to just know where that whole estuary, the health of that estuary is.
Yep, so we can put that on there.
From Hawke's Bay Regional Council. Yeah, from get a science.
Yep, so it'd be a follow-up item, I believe.
And
Sorry, Michelle.
definitely report to Mana Whenua Aroha Mr. Chair. It's more like just pushing their kōrero forward, but that really needs to be reported also directly to our mana Hireri and Whanganui Rotu representatives there so that they can inform their people. That's all, just trying to be the conduit. Thank you.
Rick?
As I recall the conversation we had on this last week, this issue was raised. I thought the point was made that the issue was emanating from land controlled exclusively by DOC. It was not regional council land. And what I thought we understood to happen from last week was the regional council was going to contact DOC to get advice from DOC on it and then report back. So I guess we just continue with that and we can report back to the regional council. We report back to the Māori Committee.
Sure.
That's all that should be done. It's not our particular issue because it's not our land.
And what we'll do, because it's raised in today's meeting, so we'll raise it with Whanganui Rotu, so they'll take a lead on that, and we'll raise it, because obviously our CEO's chair, Mana Hireri, so we'll raise it with them as well, and so we'll do a collective, obviously, kōrero in regards to looking at that, and if it's a monitoring process that needs to be implemented, we'll go through those discussions.
Okay, thank you. Moving us along.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I just finish on a positive note. The penguin colony that they have set up over by the wharf there is fantastic. So I'm here to Todd and to Te Kaha and his team. So kia ora.
And to the penguins. Tamatea? Did you want to comment on yours?
Yeah, I'll make a few comments, Mr. Chair, on the tai whenua. Quite a lot of, most of this stuff is happening around Waipuku Road, Takapau and Waipawa. But the Pou Mana Whakahaere in Exham, Richmond, has created quite a bit of excitement at the tai whenua. He brings another level of administration. Our strategic planning is going well, led by Zach Moike. And the advice is coming from Patrick Hape. Quite a lot of the stuff I've been out of commission with a bionic leg being put on, and we go across to Pou Hauora. They've been asked to create a COVID response group there, and that's taken them. Made them very, very busy. And under Te Hei Tamatea, Brian Morrison is leading the pack. And the vaccinations are pretty much led by the tai whenua, and that's going very, very well. So all in all, the rest of what's in that report I really can't comment on because I've just been right out of commission.
Just really want to congratulate Tamatea on its getting its capacity and capability built up. And you've certainly got a very good person in I think, Epsom Witchman. Just got to say that he's come from the tai whenua Heretaunga, so we've got him ready for you. Trained him well. And we hope you get all the benefit out of him that we're put into him.
Right, kia ora. Every time I go there, he's in a meeting with someone, so they're certainly getting some mileage out of him. And I said to Marge, does he replace you? She says, oh, no, I'm okay.
Ka pai. Well done.
Just helps.
So we're going to go to Wairoa.
Kia ora, Chair. When I look back about a year or so ago, and I reflect on the content of all the reports are great, and they're great when they come in early so that they can be shared out of session and people can interact out of session over the content. But in particular, I wanted to comment on the structure of the Tamatea report and how informative it is in terms of the work that you're doing, and it's really sort of stepped up. So it's wonderful to see. Ngā mihi ki o koutou o Tamatea.
I'll pass that on, Peter.
You're welcome.
They
You're welcome.
work very, very hard.
And apologies, I know that one was late, but won't be next time.
Okay, so we're going to Wairoa. Who are we starting with, Michelle?
Kia ora koutou. Me and Katarina and I are going to tag team in this whānau, so it was supposed to have commentary, but anyway, can somebody put the PowerPoint up, please?
Are we able to do that?
I did send the file over.
We've all got it on our system, haven't we?
It was a big one.
Yeah, we've all got it on.
So from this side, Michelle, looking at cost operations, we don't have the ability to throw your presentation up onto the screen, but we do all have it in front of us. It's unfortunate that those that are watching online won't be able to see it unless they actually go online.
It's in the report, so they should be able to bring that up on the screen. The report.
No.
It's in the report, the body of the report.
No, don't have the capability at this point in time.
I do see a picture of a big bucket of white paper. I never saw my share of the white paper.
Okay, so we go to the first slide anyway, whānau, and which is unfortunate that you can't see it all on the screen, so the whānau here can't see what we're reporting on. But the first picture there is, that's just, I was away in August with the passing of my father-in-law, Sid McRoy, so well, I took it back to July to October, and so the first photo there is if we're looking down onto where I come from, that's called the Tūriro cutting, and the land across the river there's a marae that you can see there Tinamee. So that's the whenua whakapau. So that's just our opening photo, and it's taken away Katarina Yoni.
And then the next slide is really taking us back to the 10th Kahungunu Fish Hook Summit that was held in Napier this year. And that's the time where we connect, celebrate, explore, share and feast. And it's also a time where we can share hapu development plans, aspirations and achievements for the whole rohe of Kahungunu. The next slide there is about a shot of some DNA, is that correct?
Yep. Maru.
Okay, this is up in Maru, testing out the new kit, fantastic, that came from Daniel Fake. And so we're now up to our second test on the Wairau River. And I think in the next report I'll put up a wheel. So you can see a wheel down there. I will show you the wheel according to Wairau on the next report. Okay, and then followed by pictures of the Wairau River, of the area. It's a really famous whitebait. Oh, I won't say that, but yes, it is a very famous place up the rapids. But as you can see, I'll never put some GPS locations in there. Just look at the hills. That's our GPS. And then followed by our 1000th winner of our Wairau Awa Restoration page. So we gifted out plants to some of our whānau, just to let them know that we love them, and so that we shared more plants around the rohe. So that's how we engage with our people, is through our page. And the next one, I'm going to pass it over. This is the outstanding water bodies, of which the Wairau Tai Whenua, they did participate in this, but Michelle's going to answer that.
Oh, mind you, that comes from the Tai Whenua, but yeah, so the outstanding water bodies, so just saying that we didn't get into that category, and we're the largest water body in Te Mātau Maori. And then the next slide explains some of the significance. So the Wairau River acknowledgements, this is our GIS mapper that we have in our team, it's the cultural impact assessment, so she's able to bring up a lot of the data that's available through government. And so there you go, is the Tato of the Wairau River acknowledgements, and you can see the waterways there. The next one is the Wairau, all the archaeological sites, so they are all other sites of significance that were, all this work was done in the 80s, so that identifies how significant the waterway is to us, because a lot of those are around the awa. And it's just evidence, just more evidence. And then you have the next slide, which is showing all the marae in the area. That goes right over to Mohaka View too as well. And as you can see, in the ocean there, you see all the sediments quite there. And then we're on to, thank you, Katarina.
So this is just follow-on work around the awa and the cultural impact assessments been happening. And so this is the Works Essex crew coming on to Whakapō to do the burn-offs this year. So I've been quite privileged to work with some of the local contractors, just seeing their work through, making sure that karakia is performed, that our pakake and our people, our mana whenua know what's going on. And the practice after this was to not dig into the ground because this was an urupa before. And so that practice was carried out and they did a fantastic job and there's still more mahi to be done. And at the moment we're at Pākowhai Marae, just completed a fence and I'm just going to pass it back to Michelle for Tai Ao Wānanga.
Kia ora. So you know the original photo, the first photo that you see in the report, that's Whakapō. So that's whenua associated with my people, early on that whenua. And so there's a really important side of significance regarding the Te Waka Tapu o Tāki to me. And so the next one is we have a Tai Ao Wānanga at our marae as an mihi, and that's our Tai Ao brothers and sisters that attended that. And this was part of whānau, there's a Mātauranga Māori Marae Order funding through Department of Internal Affairs, and that's about Mātauranga preservation. And it's come out of COVID-19 and the worry about our kaumātua and all that comes with it. So I recommend our marae, our tau whenua, do apply. We were successful in getting the highest funding for our marae, it was 101,000. I've done one for our kāhui, so they're really good. It's gone through websites, we're doing the whole thing. So yeah, this was our Tai Ao aspect of it. And then your next picture there, you see Hera. So she's part of our cultural impact team, and Hera is a tohunga atuatanga, tohunga Tai Ao. So we work a lot with that, and she was part of our wānanga and was greatly received. Second, next photo is some of our whānau, and at the back there you can see Karaia, which is ammonia associated with our marae. And next one's Katarina, Maori monitoring.
Yeah, so at the same wānanga, I just presented my part around Māori monitoring, just training our kaimahi Māori, how to make the right knots for the right net and entice tuna in there with the special karakia and some Māori stones, but also lining us up with the maramataka and all those goody things that we need to know. And so that's just one part of the Māori monitoring. It's a whole kete of knowledge, it's a thesis. But this is what we do on the ground to get our people involved and participating. The following slide.
I just want to note something there. You see Katarina, you can see a ribbon. There's an electric fence. There's a high five not on at that time. But that's something that I asked my whānau, because that's on our whenua by the river, so just to keep the stuff away from the river edge.
Yeah. Just to further on from that is that, yeah, our own people, we have to put pressure on to get these fences up. And Michelle does a really good job of keeping her own family in touch. And then that goes for our own Māori farmers as well. So now we're doing a bit of a taonga sharing here with Ngāti Pāhau Wera. This is us going to help pūtere out, our pūtere lakes. We love doing that. There was a couple of days we went out there. If it wasn't us, it was someone from Wairoa that went to Tautoko. And to also acknowledge the Waio River. And we weren't too far from where the actual, the beginning of the Waio starts. So big thanks to Teresa Thornton, to Cookie Green, and Shockers Gilbert, and EIT even came out that day, and even a whole lot of mahurangi whānau came. So just to let you know that we share in our planting and our dreams, and that's our taonga back to our Tai Ao whānau over there in Pāhau Wera. And again, this is us sort of with Kiri Tapu Allen's invitation to Tūranga. We had to actually drive all the way to the east coast to meet with her. This is with Tātou o Te Wairo, also with our rongo mawahine whānau. So Michelle and I, we jumped on that wagon to go and meet face to face with Selwyn and Kiri Tapu, to get in her space, to let her know there's something wrong with our lagoon. We want a regional park in Wairoa. When are you coming to Wairoa? We'd like to invite you. And by the way, we've got a strategic plan in the making for you. So that's Kiri Tapu Allen. And then followed after that, we had a huge flood. And I'll just hand that back to Michelle about the flooding in Wairoa in September.
That's just a photo everybody would have seen. And that particular area is very close to, you see that sign way out on the second photo, way out in the water, that's telling you that the river's not safe, and there's a pump station right there. So when the water's like that, it's really up to our road. Of course, unfortunately, the source goes into the next photo is just a historical photo of a Hawke here standing. It's just, I say what God put there. It was there before human intervention, and Hawke here very prolifically in our area. And it's actually quite a sad photo to see, because it takes a long time for these trees to grow. We've seen 800-year-old trees, so like Tony mentioned, they live a long life, and just sad to see, but that's what happened. There was progress, unfortunately. And so the next slide is about Kodri, who was planting the tree at Hanamahi, and that's when we had a whakapapa wānau, part of that Mātauranga Māori funding. So, it may have been cut down all those years, but we'll do our darndest to try and put a lot of them back there. And that's what it's about hope. Next one, Katarina.
So the following picture is about receiving the decision from the commissioners in regards to the Wairoa wastewater discharge consents and conditions. And so we decided to celebrate by heading back down to the Awa to give thanks to the Awa on the day, and to do a live stream with our people. And yes, we hit some kind of big targets with audiences on that day, because as you can see with the picture, there's people whitebaiting while we're talking. We've even got our whitebait net dragged along with us, and we're picking up species, and we're having a look at sedimentation while we're there, and having a good look at asking questions. And that's really, you might have a LMP blimmin' bottle or carrot somewhere. Well, we're famous for our river.
Yeah.
And the following slide is part of a cultural impact assessment that we've been working on and probably going to continue doing, and it's in regards to mahinga kai and the proof that it is mahinga kai. And here are some of our people catching them in the flow. I even caught a couple that allowed me to catch them doing that. So these pictures are not random. I asked permission. I use informed consents, and I did it in the Maori way as well. And then that's how people being real. That's them every month. And I got a lot of history from them in that short time. And there we go, the following slide. These are the ingredients. You just need eggs to add to this bowl of whitebait.
Get some how much fun.
Woohoo! And Michelle comes down next, she better shout some blimmin' whitebait to all of us.
Yeah, I'll bring some whitebait there. And then whitebait. And the next one is we attended the annual report for AFCO and reminded them that it's, Te Mana Tawai is at the table now. I'm sure they've taken note of the Wairoa wastewater consent. So, 2 more years and that turns up. The next one, girl, Pakowhai.
So yes, that's awesome. Been working with Pakowhai Marae, continue to keep up the communications there. I was there last week. They had an annual general meeting, and so I was able to give a report and get some feedback from what's happening to their urupa, their fencing, etc. But Michelle and I dropped off over 400 plants there, And this is what they're going to do in their holiday period time with the rangatahi and some of their uri or their descendants. They were so rapt to see some of them, and they're all at different stages. And yeah, and plus the nursery on top of that did a personal koha to the marae as well, on top of it. So just letting you know that. I'll just leave it back to Michelle, this next kaupapa.
So
Right tree, right place.
Yeah, that one there is also part of the regional council mahi, so that's why just acknowledging that as well. So that Whakawhai, I think was the number one urupana was at risk, Katarina, under engineering report, I think.
That's right. That's right. Yep, that and Taniwha.
Highlighting the work that's going on, it takes time. And sometimes you have to go through the season, so with the planting as well. So no, thank you for that. And I know our whānau appreciate that upbeat. The next one, just going to highlight, it's nothing to do with this, but I mean, I'm going to highlight the good work of Hilton Collier. They did a PDF application and sports code te whenua. And they have the fencing crew, but they're also doing the planting, and that's a great thing. They're not only fencing off the waterways, they're planting them up. And it's over, I think, about 4 months, but I know they're doing some big work at a Niwa station as well, and now our little nursery are helping to support that with the plants as well at our marae. And also, you know, it's really important that if you're going to plant trees, you've got to do the pest control. So this is just something that we're doing, highlighting that training our rangatahi and our men that when they go on to become contractors and or getting all the papers with it. So really good mahi, and we promote it on our page because we're really pleased with that with their PDF application. The next one, Katarina.
So this picture here is just a picture really, but you can see a discharge, and it happened to be on the eve of attending the environmental hearing in Wairoa. And we were actually down there to do karakia and, you know, everything to the awa, and then holy 5 to 6. And then next minute we see this discharge, so that's why that's there. And we stayed there for another hour and watched it. We watched it.
So the significance of that photo, so whānau, that what you can see in that photo was actually an illegal discharge, and we just happened to take photos on the day. So it was included in our cultural impact assessment report. We actually got the evidence of the discharge.
You blacked it out.
And we were. No, you can see.
Don't worry, we can zoom in.
Well, we take the evidence from anyway, so it's just unusual that happened the day before the hearing for the wastewater, but this was to do with that factor. And then the next one, we just completed a cultural impact assessment for a cheap piling, retaining wall sort of thing on the north side that'll help with the infrastructure, but we also put a lot of mahi behind that. And Katarina engaged with the Mahinga Kai whānau there with your Maori report. Katarina, do you want to talk about the, we got the results, so this is about some of the kōrero that came through with the consent conditions for Wairoa District Council. That was a 4.5-year duty for us, majority of it voluntarily, and we must acknowledge the help of Ngāti Kaungana, we incorporate most especially Niall Tioka and Shade Smith, who helped us with the negotiations, an expert panel for the consent conditions, of which I think we have 62 or 63 conditions. And that's just outlining some of the things, where we landed, and we were really pleased as to the results. In the paper yesterday, the Wairoa District Council acknowledged that they won't be appealing. So it's saying now it's about working together to make that happen. So we have asked for the mortuary discharge deceased. So that's within 2 years. So we don't, our mortuary discharge goes into the sewage line, and it goes into the oxidation pond, and it goes into our awa, then into into a moana. So that was something we really pushed, and I must acknowledge Charlie Lambert because he was when he was in the council, the district council, something he brought up. So we kept on pushing that in the negotiations. The other thing we pushed for was land, to go to land discharge. So what's happened that the commissioners have asked for there to be milestones, and it has to be definitive, not aspirational.
I'm in committee, mate.
So it was a long haul, and the main thing that you'll see in there and the following slide is that they must engage with us. The tangata whenua is going to be coded, so we're going to work together to make sure that that the Maori is improved, and it was workable in Hawke. Sometimes I didn't feel like it was just fun. We went into a lot of long early, but in the end, really pleased with the result. I don't know if it's the first of its kind, but I really acknowledge the mahi of everybody, including the district council in that space. So they will have to report to a board made up of tangata whenua. That will be the iwi, the Wairo tai whenua, and tātou katoa te Wairo, made up of that membership, and they will need to be telling us how they're progressing with all these things to do with the discharge. So, anything you want to add there, Katarina?
No, I'm just, you know what, you'd think you would be out of the shit by now, but we actually get into further. Aroha mai. No, there's nothing more to add to that. There's a lot of mahi in front of us within the next month. Yes, the formation of that new group. But also, I think the highlight, a big highlight for us is that there will be monitoring by the community, monitoring of Maori, a framework that we can work in partnership with. I'm really proud of the council. I'm proud of both of them, that they're willing to sit down and work with the people. So I'm just going to leave it at there. I'm going to just leave it there. The following page is looks like our Wairau District Council and Māori Committee giving submissions nera. So that's them because we have solutions. Here they are in force, but we're still working together. And finally, it's all about this last slide. Have you got one final thing to say, Michelle?
That was sort of a good segue into that. There were 3 submissions for the hearings around the Māori constituency whānau. And so that was the Māori constituency. So they came to talk about the seat, and we all know what the decision was that. And so we were also privy to the naming of the seats. So for the northern seat, Maui ki te Raki, and for the southern seat, Maui ki te Tonga, for our Māori constituencies. And so our Wairau whānau cabinet to support that, and mihi to our Māori Standing Committee and Wairau District Council. And yeah, I'll let you do the last one.
And so here's the last thing. Here's a beautiful whaiwhai pattern of the Wairau River that was collected many years ago. It's now sitting in the Wairau Museum, and it's also published in a new publication called Te Raua, named after an old forest piece of whenua in Te Wairau. So, and that represents, this called whaiwhai, it represents Te Wairau, Hōpupu, Hō Ninga Mā Tangirau. Can you name those 2 pieces of those 2 designs?
I don't know where there was just something that was in that publication, so it's just significant to us and with our hour. And with that's our report.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora kōrua.
Tihei te Wairau, mauri.
Ai, tika. So thank you for the report. That's a very in-depth report on your mahi that you've done over the last, there's several months there, if not years of work that you've brought to a point there. They say a picture's worth 1,000 words. You've got a book there.
Kia ora.
So thank you for that. Uncle Bill. Papa Bill? Any kōrero from you, Uncle Papa Bill? If not, I'm going to go to our Po. I see our Po's holding the mic.
I think he's muted.
Ka pai.
Tēnā koe, Chair. I was just reflecting on your opening comments in terms of this meeting,
Yep.
its content, and in particular the take ripo ata takiwa. We're going to have to do some serious work back here in terms of the run sheet we've put in front of everyone, because 20 minutes is obviously not sufficient. But I guess the point I'm making is how best do we use the time that we have at these 6 weekly intervals? If it's going to be taken up in the majority by the reports, I'm not sure whether that's actually a great outcome in terms of what we're expecting from our 6 weekly Māori committee meetings.
I take your point, and it's also from the perspective of the various parties. So it's getting the balance between the requirements of Hawke's Bay Regional Council and also the requirements of the committee itself. So I understand the point of view from council about trying to get value out of these gatherings, but it's also about making sure that as committee members we're also getting value, and part of that is that whanangatanga. So it's that balance, and we'll get there. Perhaps it's about extending, being a bit more realistic in regards to our timeframes, and that goes both ways. But that's a discussion going forward. With that, can we, Uncle Bill, tēnā pēr te pāpā.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. You might have to turn your mic up a little bit. You just carry on, Papa.
Okay, I'd just like to comment what has just passed by the girls. We're doing the same thing at Kopuawha, and I'm negotiating with Mr. Heath, Regional Council, and the District Council, and then we'll meet at Te Rākata to talk about the Kopuawha River, which I must say has cleansed itself, the white bait are coming back, and also the kaimona. So you'll hear more about that at our next meeting, probably next year. Thank you.
Ka pai. Will we see photos of those as well, Uncle? We've seen the white bait.
I want to see a bucket. Bucket of white bait, Phil.
Kia ora tātou. So thank you for that. Can I have a mover for the reports, please? Thank you, Api, and thank you, Peter. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Carried.
Aye.
So I'm in the hands of the officers here because of our CEO out of the room, and we may put item 6 and 7 further back in the agenda. Is that correct?
I agree with that.
So we're going to item...
Minor items.
We go for item 8. Minor items, please. Calling for minor items. We did have a couple, I understood. White baiting, Marty, did you want to do that, or were you happy?
We covered that off pretty much.
Ka pai. So I had one myself. It was in regards to strategic planning for the Māori Standing Committee review. Was there any other items?
Just that item, but might cover it off in the report from James.
In regards to?
In regards to Three Waters and
We'll put it on the. We'll put it on the as minor items. But if we cover it up, then we won't have to deal with it. So can I have a mover to accept those minor items, please? Thank you, Rose, and thank you, Polder. Everybody in favour?
Yep.
Thank you. Moving along. Where to next, guys?
Public use of rivers.
Public use of rivers.
Ka pai, thank you.
We'll just come up in front there. So I'll just introduce Martina. Martina's our Manager of Regional Assets, so it looks after all of our schemes. And just as a little bit of introduction, the Public Use of Rivers project was put on hold a few years ago now, and there was 2 reasons for that. One is when we were looking through a lot of the early material, it was apparent that we hadn't been through an iwi engagement process, so we needed to do that. And the other thing was we had an aspiration to build our Heratonga flood control scheme up to a 1 in 500 year of protection. So we needed to understand what that meant to link in to the Public Use of Rivers project, because we didn't want to go a long way down the path of identifying certain areas for certain activities or certain uses if they would then be impacted by some work through increasing the level of protection. So we're now cranking that project back up, and Martina's put a paper together to explain from a high level, and we've also had Mel on the team. So Mel, I don't know if you want to come forward as well, or if you're quite happy there. But Mel's been helping us through and can assist in any answers as well. So I'll hand over to Martina to take you through the key points. Then we're happy to have a bit of a chat and answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, thank you, Kira. So I'm just going to explain a little bit more when we talk about public use of rivers, what those spaces are. So when we say public use of rivers, those are the spaces between the flood protection schemes. So you have a stop bank, you have a land, and then live edge protection and active channel. So, but we don't want to limit it only to that. We want to basically be seeking with this piece of work. We like to talk to you guys and find out what is the inspiration, what values do we want to bring back to the river. So at the moment we have, when we completed the work in 2016, we find out there is 3 significant issues, and that's rubbish dumping, unsocial behavior, and a lot of spaces are not used well by four-wheel drives or motorbikes, and they already have allocated spaces, but they still seek additional spaces to use, which sometimes are not the appropriate spaces. So what we like to do with this work is to go and take that piece of work we completed. We know what the issues are, we know what potentially we could do, but we would like to talk to wider EV groups and really find out what it is we like to do with the flood protection schemes and the land, which is part of it. And to see what value, how we can enhance it, what biodiversity we can increase, and how level of services fits in it is because we have this program of work for next 3 years, but this piece of work is not for 3 years. It is a long-term plan work. It's to basically work with you and manage the river slightly differently as we used to, and create spaces which is enjoyable for everyone within the region. So we already have completed some consultation with some parts. For the areas we already kind of planning to do construction, but really we don't want to go out and just talk about the land. We like to talk about the river, the values. So that's pretty much what we are proposing to do, is to go out and start a conversation, that's just the start. It is going to be a long-term work. It doesn't have a deadline. It is going to kind of see where we go from here. So that's the plan. We call it public use of rivers, but really it is to look at how we manage the rivers in the future and the spaces we have within the flood protection scheme.
Can I get... Is there anything else you want to add, Chris?
Oh, it's just as part of the proposal. It's probably at a hapu level, talking to each marae what is the value and aspirations and areas of significance in their patch, and matching that in with obviously we have a flood control scheme that's providing a huge level of protection to the Herotona floodplain, and it's around how we can best marry all of those aspirations together, so we actually have a much more defined way in which we are managing, utilising, and might be excluding certain uses in certain areas, and then we have a clear plan about that, so we can develop the sites over the longer term, and also make sure we fund that plan. So we're able to take a plan to council and say this is our plan in developing uses for all of the users, finding places for the motorbikes so they do have a place to go, but they are sort of contained in a particular area, and we also manage a lot of those issues around rubbish dumping. So I think this is where aspirations around Mahinga Kai and access can be reflected at each marae and built into that process going forward.
So comments, questions? Mare.
Just to say that, you don't have to go too far to look at what the Heretaunga contributions in the space have got, been provided. So we've got hapu management plans that are sitting here. Also, the Ngariroro attributes and values will give a clear, a lot of clarity around what those values and attributes are. So, it's a desktop exercise, I guess, for council for us. Would welcome the opportunity because of course, the relationship and role function that our kaimahi, I tend to use that word more than kaitiaki, of course, in their role to undertake to provide, I hope, the sort of, the eyes around these spaces that unfortunately get to end up by a certain less few, to kind of upset the apple cart. So more than happy to kind of point you in that direction, and more than happy to have this face-to-face kanohi hui a hapu when it does give rise.
Yeah, just in relation, and agree with what Mare said, and then I think 10, 15 years ago we'd done when Haniwai and it was, it moved back to Hawke, so we did a river management plan, and obviously I remember comments, what happened to that plan? Was it put in a desk and forgotten about? Because obviously the plan wasn't enacted in the council, and so obviously it'd be good to look at that document, and the same as what Mare said, because we've done this, we've heard already. But then there was a little follow-up in regards to the actions and the milestones to meet. So I'd be saying the same thing. Look at and I'm only talking about the tūtaikiri. There's the plan that was done and a lot of consultation. So that's a starting point for us moving forward. And the same, I take the point that Mari said about our mahi kai, our whānau awa. Obviously, Michelle mentioned it early, they go to the river, they catch tuna, they pick watercress, and they've all been saying that there's less watercress, a lot of that duckweed now in the river, and then how are we going to manage that in the process going forward? So, I think you've got some documentation already there, and let's work around implementing that. And when you talk about the river management plan and that as well, I think we talk about the access to firewood for our marae if there's a tangi or something on that they can go down. So that all involves that as well. Kia ora.
Tamatia?
Tēnā koe. I don't think you can just throw them all in the same basket. You talk about motorbikes and things, that's a whole different issue. You want to talk about the river. I fish in the river from the backwater, which is at the mouth, to 5-6 miles up where you catch a eel. Some place down you can catch a whitebait, some place down you can catch a mullet, and sometimes you just walk along and have a look at the water. All the way along, you can visit for different things. We swim in two parts of the Porangahau River. They've been swimming at the third in my dad's time, in my time, and they still swim at the third. They go and have picnics down there. So when you're putting all your things together, I find that a lot of that isn't taken into account. Hence, you get what we've been talking about with the whitebait and the keys and locked gates. So you're locking the gate to keep the vehicles out, but it also does all sorts of other things, and it stops people doing what they were doing. Now that the motorbikes go down there and roar around, that's not what my intention was right from the word go. I just want to go and do what we've been doing for all my life, all my dad's life, and all his father's life. So I'm excited when you say you're going to come to the maraes and talk about what we do on the Porangahau, Kauri Taitai, our river, to know that you'll actually come and talk and get a big picture. Because what happens there is quite different to Ngariroro, to Tukituk, and all these other rivers.
So just to clarify, we're not embarking on this project for all rivers in Hawke's Bay. This is specifically for our flood control schemes, where the Hawke's Bay Regional Council manage significant tracts of land as part of that flood control scheme. So I just wanted to highlight, for example, we're not looking at Parongaho River as part of this process. This is really around the Hiratonga scheme, and then secondary would be the Upper Tuki Tuki scheme.
And that's great. But take my point that what we do on that river is similarly to what a lot of Māori do that no one knows anything about. And so if you don't go and ask the question, you'll never know. And so just giving you a little insight about one person who fishes from the mouth to way up the river and the various things. And we've just formed a Parongaho catchment group, which now is going to look seriously at all the rivers, all the headwaters and things like that. And we're talking about going to have a look at what went all the way up there. So that's a good group to
So
groups maybe elsewhere, I don't know. Just
I'm going to go to Wairoa first and I'll come back. So I know where you're going with it. So, Wairoa?
Yes, I understand that this is around about the Hiratonga Plains, and I actually felt mamai for our mana whenua up that way, to know that you have to get a key to access, and you know, we just rock up in our time to our awa, and I think you know, we're lucky in that way. So I see the considerations of tangata whenua, you do mention the hapu management plans about what value have they had. I sort of, I've got to mention that our report, I don't know how the rest of our committee members feel, but I feel that's the most important part of the tui, is our reports, because you see what we're doing in the environment space. You know, this is about, you want to know what we're doing and what's the significance of our wai and our whenua is to us. Well, we come here and tell you what that is. It's that important to us that we live and breathe it. And so I don't know if I took that the wrong way, but I think that's the guts of why we're here. That's the value we have, is by bringing forward the issues, bringing forward the good stuff and the bad stuff. And talking amongst ourselves, as well as talking to the regional council and collaborating, working together. That's the value you get out of this committee, because we are the Flax Roots people. And this is, well, really, this is about the Hiratonga Plains, but welcome that engagement. I must say that the cultural impact assessment and the mahi we're doing with the regional council allows that kōrero to come forward and allows that engagement with our mahi ngā kai people, and it's about te mana o te wai and those that hierarchy being incorporated into everything you do. The mahi ngā kai is a special attribute. So that's all my comment. It's more about the Hiratonga Plains.
So, thank you, Michelle. Any further comment from Wairoa?
Yes.
Okay, Katarana, thank you.
Tautoko te kōrero a Māori, I've looked at the attributes document that Hiratonga has produced, and it's fantastic. It's up there, #1 in the country. So why are you not looking at it? So please engage with the tangata whenua, mana whenua. They have they've got the kōrero. They're passionate about it. It's divine kōrero. It's the truth. Pono tika. Kia ora.
So kia ora. Look, just before you fellas go, so just summarise this up for us. So this kōrero is a bit like water, about why. You want us to engage us in why and chop it up into its various segments. But for us, there's only one conversation, and it is just why. So when you come and talk to us about in regards to the waterways and the river catchment area, it's just one conversation for us. It's not a segment of conversations divorced of each other. It's all in one conversation. I do get your point that you want to talk in regards to the flood protections and that part. So perhaps we prioritise that as the first part of the bigger conversation. So we engage with Heretaunga, we engage with Tamatea, because those are the particular parts you want to catch on. But then you still need to go out to the various other rohe. But you also need to engage with Heretaunga, Tamatea, just wider than flood protection. I also note that you had no time frame there. I'm going to say to you that korero will just waffle on. We've heard here, we've already done reports, we've already engaged 15 years ago, but it just went nowhere. So you can't just come and engage with us and it just goes nowhere because we get wire. We just get tired of it.
So certainly what we've tried to reflect in this document is that we will be pulling in the work that's been done previously. We will be pulling in the hapu management plans, and that's all work that should be done before we then go out and talk, so we have that understanding. So fully taken on board, that's what we intend to do.
Charlie?
Yep, just two questions. I know the, are you also going to include the targeted rate scheme for the Pyro flood area in Wairau?
So the reason we're looking primarily at Heretaunga and then up at Tukituki is around the extensive land that is with the regional council to care for as part of that scheme, and to understand from the whole community how we want to care and manage for that land. With a lot of our small schemes, it's essentially privately owned. So there's not a lot of public access to some of those schemes. So that's the rationale for the big scheme first. So we can have a further conversation on what we should be doing for some of our smaller schemes, but certainly the focus for the next couple of years is around our large schemes that have the ability for the public to interact widely with the rivers because it's public land and there is access. The small schemes that are very much private land are a little bit problematic, and some of those are also drainage schemes as well.
There's 5 marae around that flood gate, so they want to know what's going on too. They're not sure what they paying rates for actually. If you could have a talk to them. Another question, of course, is that we know that there is a policy in place that when land is subdivided or sold, the government takes a little, takes the riparian strip beside the river.
Yep.
Who actually gets ownership of that? Is that Linds or is that DOC or what?
So generally it's the local council, is my understanding of where it normally goes.
District council, not regional council.
And I think it's dependent on the water body, because there's ocean, lakes, rivers, and it probably depends on the district plan and those rules as well. So can't give you a definitive answer, but it would be either the local council or the regional council.
Yeah, no one actually wants to sell land beside the Wairau because you lose like 20-metre strip.
Yeah. So part of the challenge is opening. The reason those rules exist is to open the river for access for everyone, rather than just the private owner. So those owners need to make that decision of what's important to them.
And that'll happen everywhere, eh? Yep.
Thank you, kia ora for that, Charlie. No further questions? Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Thank you, Paula, and thank you, Api. Martina, thank you very much for the report. Thank you for your input. Chris, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Kia ora, carried. Thank you very much. I think, are we going to item 10? Would that be correct?
Yep. That's in control.
Campbell's here to present.
Ka pai.
Campbell. Great name that.
You're not wearing a coonskin cap.
Thank you. My Scottish forebears would appreciate that. Good morning, everyone. So look, for those of you who don't know me, I've been actually on secondment for the last 18 months. I haven't presented to this committee for a while. My name's Campbell Leckie and I'm the Catchment Services Manager for the Council, so largely in charge of biosecurity and biodiversity. And look, what I'd like to do today is talk to you about the possum control program, which goes across quite a large amount of our region, and really sort of bring you up to date on some potential changes to that program, and effectively provide you the opportunity to ask questions around that as well. So look, what I would normally do is just go through the paper and bring out some key points and then really open it up to questions for you. And so if you're happy, Chair, I'll roll that through. So historically, our possum control program started in the year 2000, actually. And for probably about 15 or 16 years, Council invested about $1 million a year in initial control. And the possum numbers were knocked down in a range of areas across the region. The program size is now 800,000 hectares, so it's 750,000 hectares. So it's quite a large program. But the way it worked is that when we went in and did the initial control in an area, effectively the people within that area, the land owners or land occupiers within that area, they signed an agreement to continue to keep possum numbers down long term. And it worked that way because there wasn't enough rates money at the time or a big enough rating base to actually effectively treat the whole area across the program every year. And so step forward to now, we've got a very large scale program been going for quite some time. Over probably the last 3 to 5 years, there's been an increasing trend that we've noticed as staff, and that's been that possum numbers are generally low, but actually a number of people as a result of that and as a result of other priorities on the farm haven't necessarily been prioritising possum control. And so what we're seeing is increasing amounts of people who have previously got a contractor on once each year to do possum control, getting the contractor on every 2 or 3 years. Or in fact, our subsidy scheme, which we have landowners can go to farmlands and get a range of pest baits and things for possum control and other pest control, the subscription to that has gone down significantly. And so there's a lot of people out there who are saying they're doing their own control, but the evidence we're starting to see is that that's either not as regular as it used to be or is not as effective as it used to be. Now, the net result of all that is that we're starting to see a slow trend upward in possum control and increasing areas of hotspots. Alongside that, we've seen some significant issues not related to our PCA program, but around TB outbreaks in the region. And that just brings home to everyone one of the risks of possums, and that is that they can carry TB. But equally, they are a significant biodiversity pest. So clearly they eat, our native trees and flora and fauna as well. So probably about 18 months ago, Council undertook what's called a Section 17A analysis. Now that's really, under the Local Government Act, it's called an effectiveness and efficiency review. So it's looking at the program and saying, is it working and is it operating reasonably cost effectively? The outcome of that review was that there were some concerns that the possum control program as it is currently is underfunded relative to other regional councils who have similar programs, particularly in the North Island, but around New Zealand, and that the net result of landowners becoming, with possum control becoming a lower priority, coupled with the low amount of funding and the ability to actually get around, talk to farmers, monitor their properties, means that if you look in the longer term, the program with no changes is at risk of not keeping or meeting its levels of service. So effectively we've come from a historic context where the possum control has been done and done reasonably well. Last 5 years, different priorities there, things like droughts and all sorts of other things. That coupled with the fact that the actual program has been underfunded means we've undertaken a significant review. So the current program, we're considering looking at the option of large-scale possum contracting. And so that's where effectively a contractor would go on and deliver the possum control, not the occupier doing it themselves. So the occupier would simply pay through their rates for that, and the broader community would pay through that, but there wouldn't be the responsibility for the individual occupier to do the work. That's quite a significant change for this program. And so for us, there's a formal process around the Biosecurity Act that needs to be run. It's called a partial plan review. It's got a whole bunch of different things in it. And so over the next 6 to 8 months, there's a range of things going on to consider that partial plan review process and the implications of a decision to actually contract out possum control in this region. So that's, I guess that's a potted summary of the context. Probably just before I take questions, the last couple of things I'll comment on is that, so next week on the 10th of November, there's a workshop. That's with the Environment Integrated Catchment Committee. That's to look at the broader context of the resourcing implications of the program if it was to change to contracting. If it was to do so, the annual additional cost, although it would be incrementally implemented over time, perhaps as much as a 3 to 5 year period if there was a change, but the annual increase in cost is significant and would have a impact obviously on council budgets and the rating context at the time. And then the week following that at the Corporate and Strategic, there's a paper going up which has got a purpose. It's doing a number of things. It's highlighting to the council some key elements of the Biosecurity Act process. So that's around things like the cost-benefit analysis. So in other words, do the benefits of actually doing this pest control outweigh the costs? But also, really importantly, it's looking at the actual process over the next 6 to 7 months, and it's looking at setting up a biosecurity working party. Now, the intention of that working party is to have a number of members from both council and other stakeholders who are going to be part of the process in a more detailed way than you would get into at a council committee level. So you'll be looking at things like the resourcing of the program, the costs, how it might be rolled out, and some of the other implications of that. So on the 17th, the Biosecurity Working Party will be proposed to council, and the membership is reflected in the paper. But I'd also like to say I'd like to thank Katerina and Roger Marker for putting their hand up to be part of that process, because I think that's really valuable. So look, that's a sort of a brief overview of the paper, but look, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for that, Campbell. I'm going to go to the war first. I know this is a topic of interest for you, Michelle. So we'll go to the war first.
This Katerina.
Maybe Katerina might want to speak to it, but when we talked about, we had our workshop and talked about biodiversity and the why, and possums are a big part of the issue with our ngahere and important. So I suppose it's about where this goes from here, and I'll just be watching it with interest. And the contracting is another thing I'm sort of concerned about. Yes, I think people have taken they're not keeping up with their pest control, and I can remember a report in the paper where the possum numbers were low, and that seems to have just got away on everybody except for those ones that are actually keeping up with the pest control. So, for example, again, Mohaka Forestry, so don't blame the forest, because I know that we are taking care of business. So it's farmers out there too that are not keeping up with their own pest control as well as our landowners. So thank you.
Katarina, do you want to add anything?
I'm Kate Pai, ngā mihi.
Ka pai, thank you. Did you want to respond there, Campbell? Or you want to leave it to late, or just shoot around the table?
Yeah, shoot around the table.
Thank you. Any further comments around the table?
Yeah, I've got a little bit of comment, and it's a couple of things, obviously, because I know our whānau's just gone to court up in Tatakina, and they didn't win the court case, and then but they still went to court. Obviously, 1080 and a lot of 1080s being applied in the catchments to overcome those issues, and then obviously we know we attended some of the farmers' meetings, and Kate, everyone's got a point of view, but yeah, and for some parts there might have been mismanagement because there was no control projects carried on, and there was lapses in the period. So it's got to be fit for purpose, measures you put in place, and then and depending on what the measures are going to be, because you talk about biodiversity and we want clean environments. Tūtari Tours made releases about they are not supportive of 1080 within the catchment. Obviously, there's been a 1080 drop being stopped in around waterways that's supply water, because the council's got a responsibility in regards to protecting water that's going to those whānau. So yeah, I think the conversation when you put this plan together, obviously got to be robust for the future. The regional council used to have that as an internal exercise, that they had their own pest control team, then you disbanded that and now contracted it out. So when you look at the cost modelling, previously obviously it wasn't fit for purpose for the regional council to do that as a business within the business. So yeah, I suppose, and I think we submitted in the last submissions about 4 or 5 years ago. Don't ask me, I can't remember our submission, but we submitted to the council from a mana whenua perspective in regards to control, because obviously there's a large amount of tracts of Maori land that have possums on it, and how is that factored into the, going to be factored into the equation on the types of control. I know we do existing control programs with our rangatahi, and you're talking about possums, but then there's deer and all that coming up as well. That might be on your 10th. I see, we've been invited to some other meetings in regards to deer control in the kawekas and that. So I'd be interested, as this plan develops, around the implementation of the actual project and the control. Because you've got, I know we're talking about possums, but you've got Stokes ferrets and all that as well. You've got rats. Obviously, there was how's that going to be controlled? So just sort of put it out there, because I know we've had a lot of conversation in the past with this, and in the current state, you said there's low possum numbers. When you talk to Osprey, they're saying there's high possum numbers that are out of control. So you're getting mixed messages, and they might be saying that for what their purpose, but then you've got a different purpose, and you've just done that study saying that there's low numbers. So yeah.
Any other questions?
Yep.
Charlie.
Just a quick one, though, Campbell. I know it's a pretty highly skilled workforce for the old possum contracts, and they have large tracts of land and all the rest of it. But actually, the biggest workforce is the public. Well, why are we not putting a little bounty on their heads? Plenty of our farmers bought their farms by trapping. Plenty of school kids bought their motorbikes by trapping, and it's actually a little economy on its own. And a lot of country kids actually got all their pocket money and source from trapping. So it's an idea that there is a big workforce out there that isn't being used.
So Chair, I might respond if I can to those.
Yep. All the questions. Thank you.
Just before I lose the thread of things. So just on the context of bounties. So look, I made a fairly large amount of pocket money myself out of possums, either possum fur or possum skins. The challenge, and bounties have been tried in the past in New Zealand, the challenge of bounties is that they incentivise people when numbers are reasonably high or reasonably good, but as numbers get lower, people aren't so interested in going after them because it's not worth their time and effort to go and get the bounty for them. And so we want numbers to be quite low to get the biodiversity benefits and the other benefits that we want. And at the level that we want, people are much less likely to want to go out and get them. So the bounty has some limitations, but that's a bit of a past.
But that's good. The limitations is the numbers are dropping.
Yeah. So historically, though, bounties have been tried, but that's part of the reason why that sometimes they haven't worked. Yep. In terms of the question around 1080, and basically you commented on some things about training opportunities and things we've talked about in the past. It's really important to be aware that from the Hawke's Bay Regional Council's Possum Control Area Program point of view, that it's extremely rare for us to use 1080. In fact, I don't actually think in the last 18 years we have used 1080 for possum control at all, because we're working on farmland. And historically, farmland's able to be treated with ground control methods, not 1080. It's when you're talking about deep tracts of native bush and things like that with difficult access, that's when 1080 becomes an issue. And generally speaking, that's not the context our possum control program operates in. So I'd just say that from our point of view, 1080 for possum control is an extremely rare thing. But there are obviously times for people like Osprey where it's a critical tool as part of the overall achieving of their programs. And so, look, the other thing the comment I would make is that when we went through the last RPMP, part of the thing we talked about at the time, if I remember the conversation right, was training opportunities and things like that. If we go down this large-scale contracting pathway, there is a conversation to be had around potential opportunities for building capability and capacity, because our contractors will need to increase their teams, their capacity, and in some cases their capability. So there is an opportunity for a conversation with people who want to participate in that around training, and that could be for rangatahi, for example, as part of a process.
So in the procurement process, would that be, and I'm just putting forward when you have those discussions, that would be great when you're doing those contracts and that's identified in the contract, that they demonstrate, that they're in a position to develop that training force.
Yep. So we've had that conversation already internally in staff and believe it's an opportunity. We'd need to work through the process, obviously, and it needs to work for the contractors, but I think that's part of what could happen. But we still there's a large bridge to go yet to get to the stage where we've gone through the process, have agreed contracting out for the possum control program. But if we get there, then that's part of the discussion. Just come back to Michelle's comment very briefly around biodiversity. So in the 20 odd years that I've been here at Hawke's Bay Regional Council, we haven't actually considered over that period of time why we fund possum control. Historically, we funded possum control because we saw it as a significant benefit from a TB point of view, and in particular from pastoral production, because possums cause other issues on a farm. But over the last 20 years, there's a whole lot of evidence that's come out that actually biodiversity is a significant beneficiary from possum control. And so part of the conversation is is the way we're currently funding it, which is largely a targeted rate for the farming community, now the most appropriate way to recognise the biodiversity benefits we get from possum control. So part of this funding conversation, or part of the conversation around this potential change, is the why we fund possum control. And working through that. And it might be that it's appropriate that the broader community has a role greater than it currently has to pay for that. Anyway, so that's just an answer, Michelle, to your question around biodiversity. Yep. So, sorry, Chair.
So one more there from Charles.
Yes, just one more. I noticed quite a few years ago they tried to do some possum control around the Mohaka Ropunga area. And a lot of the contractors wouldn't actually touch it because there's a lot of Maori land in there. And it means they've got to go to about 100 families and get a land consent. And often the owner's not even home because it's absentee owners. So in light of that, it still comes back to best ones to trap that block is those people that are living there. And I think you should probably take advantage of it, whether you put up a bounty or you just subsidise the traps. So if you buy bloody 5 traps at a time, then it's like halves or something, So they take a lot of traps and they can do a decent trap line. So it does. It's a big problem for contractors, so they just won't go in there.
Yeah, and look, there's often real challenges around trying to get access in that context. And so, look, I think whatever the solution is, I think if it goes down the scale of large scale contracting, which staff are recommending because we think it's the best option long term, if it does that, there's an opportunity to address some of the things you're talking about in terms of both access challenges, opportunities for training for people who live in the area and those sorts of things. But we need to work through that effectively, though.
Because those little communities actually could bloody corridors for possums to run down.
Yep, absolutely.
Sure. Thank you for that, Charles. So thank you once again, Campbell. Can I have a move and a second for the report, please? Thank you, Charles. And thank you, Michelle.
A pleasure.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Carried. So we've got one more report before lunch, and that is coastal bird survey results. Is that right? So thank you. Can I ask the presenters to come forward, please?
Thanks,
and
Kim.
introduce yourselves. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Ko Becky Shanahan, Tuku Ingoa. This is
Nikki, Tuku Ingoa.
So I'm just more here in a support capacity for Nikki, who actually did the coastal bird survey. So he's going to talk to the actual survey and the results, and I'm just sort of here for context if people have questions that Nikki may not know the answer to, kind of thing.
Thank you, Becky.
Just before we start, I'll just remind you that you are between us and lunch.
Duly noted, thank you. So yes, we're here to give you a very brief summary of the results of the first ever complete survey of the Indigenous bird values of the Hawke's Bay coastline, which we carried out in January of this year. Some of you may recall, I think this was a project that was brought before you at a meeting in November 2020. We sort of pointed out we were planning to do this, so we're here now to present to you the results of that piece of work. Just to sort of, I guess, refresh your memory around why we were doing this survey. So as I'm sure you're all aware, the Hawke's Bay coastline, about 345 kilometres in all, includes a range of habitats that supports nationally and regionally significant populations of Indigenous birds, including a number that are ranked as nationally threatened or at risk. And of course, Hawke's Bay Regional Council has a statutory obligation, or a number of statutory obligations, to manage the habitats that these birds rely on. In order to do this well, the Council needs to maintain quite a detailed understanding of the population sizes of these birds along the coast and their distribution as well. And up until recently, or up until January of this year, that understanding was rather patchy. So we had rather good information about the bird values of some of the more easily accessible parts of our coastline, or the more significant sites such as Cape Kidnappers or the Ahuriri estuary, but we had little or no information of the bird values of fairly substantial stretches of coastline that are really difficult to access. So the aim of this piece of work was to plug those information gaps by carrying out the first complete survey of the entire coastline in one foul swoop and one snapshot to fill all those gaps. And I guess the value in doing that survey is that the information gleaned from a survey of this nature feeds into a number of the Council's plans and policies and their implementation. So, for example, if we have a complete picture of the bird values of the coastline, we can review and update our network of coastal significant areas and update the values that each of those sites have. We can improve the Council's and this region's readiness to respond to a marine oil spill incident if we know where vulnerable wildlife is along the coast. We can implement aspects of the Regional Coastal Environment Plan with a greater degree of precision and efficiency. And we can also work towards implementing the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity that's currently going through the works. Just to pick one of those examples, just to sort of explain how this information would achieve these goals. So in the case of a marine oil spill, an event that unfolds extremely rapidly in coastal waters, you need to have very, very quick access to knowledge of where vulnerable species are and whether or not they're going to come into contact with oil that's spilled into the marine environment. In the case of the Rena oil spill disaster a number of years ago in the Bay of Plenty, most of that knowledge wasn't readily available to the people responding to that incident. It was locked up in the brains of a small number of experts. And there was quite a scramble in the early days of that incident to get those people in the room talking to the people that were responding to that incident so that they could gain an understanding of where they needed to target their efforts. In this particular case, now that we've completed the survey, this information is going to become much more readily to hand. You won't need to try and pull in specific people into the room and sort of download the knowledge that's in their heads. The Council now has a data set and a database of coastal bird values for the entire coastline that any council officer should be able to just open up and get a very quick understanding of where birds are in relation to any oil that's released into the marine environment. So the speed at which you can respond to an event like that will be greatly increased. Let's hope that never happens, but if it does, you're much better prepared as a result of this survey. So in terms of the survey itself, what we did back in January is that we had a team of 3 ornithologists walk about 320 kilometres of the Hawke's Bay coastline. A lot of hard mahi went into that. It was pretty hard work. We chopped the coastline up into 1 kilometre survey sections. So in effect, we actually carried out 320 individual small surveys all the way along the coastline. And we also visited both islands in Hawke's Bay, so Waikawa and Motu Okura Island as well, and surveyed the bird values in those two islands. In the case of Motu Okura, we were very grateful to have the support of the Waimarama Marae to be given permission to visit that island, and their assistance to carry out the survey as well. So we had two members from Waimarama Marae, Baden Barber and Ana Tuwhaiti, came along and assisted with that survey on that particular day. And we carried that survey out over a period of 2 weeks, so it was a very rapid snapshot survey along the entire coastline. So in terms of what we found a very, very high diversity of bird species along the coast. So we recorded the presence of 79 indigenous birds along the Hawke's Bay coastline, which is roughly 1/3 of the total number of birds that occur regularly in New Zealand. So it's a very high proportion of New Zealand's bird life is present along the Hawke's Bay coastline. We also recorded the presence of 2 marine mammals, so kekeno, a New Zealand fur seal, and common dolphins. Back to the birds though, 57 of the species that we encountered, so 72% of the bird species we encountered were indigenous species that occur naturally in New Zealand, and 28 of those species are ranked as either nationally or threatened or at risk under the New Zealand threat classification system. It's probably also worth mentioning too that the majority of those species have recently been sort of categorised by the Department of Conservation as at risk from future climate impacts. So that's a major sort of issue that's hovering over the top of a lot of our coastal ecosystems, and particularly our coastal bird species. And in total, we recorded a total of 32,660 individual birds as we walked along the coast, for those of you interested in the sort of the numbers there. So as I say, pretty big effort there. One result that jumped out to us, which is probably fairly intuitive to most of us, but it was very interesting to sort of see it out there in the field, is that among the bird species that we encountered in the field, it became very obvious to us just how intricately connected Hawke's Bay's coastal habitats are to a vast chain of habitats that extend from as far north as Alaska and Siberia all the way down to southern New Zealand and Australia. So one group of birds that we encountered in Hawke's Bay was 7 species of birds that breed not in New Zealand but in the high Arctic, in the Arctic tundra in Alaska and Siberia, and they migrate each year to Australasia, to New Zealand and Australia to spend the southern summer here. So a really useful thing to remember is, Hawke's Bay's coastal habitats don't exist in isolation. As far as these birds are concerned, they're linked to this vast chain of coastal habitats that extend from the Arctic region all the way down through East Asia and Southeast Asia, Australia and New Zealand. To them, it's all connected, which is just a remarkable thing to sort of keep in your minds. There's another group of birds which also tell us that Hawke's Bay's coastal habitats are intricately connected to other habitats within New Zealand, both on the coastline, but also inland habitats such as braided rivers in both the North and South Islands. So, for example, we were encountering pohowera, banded dotterels, and nutupare, wrybill, which all breed on the braided rivers in the South Island, but migrate to the North Island to spend the summer months up here. So again, Hawke's Bay habitats don't exist in isolation. They're connected to other habitats elsewhere in New Zealand as well. And that became very obvious to us as we were walking this coastline over the summer months.
Just a quick question, sorry, before I forget it. You talked about braided rivers and the banded dotterels. The banded dotterels are up the river, and we just had a presentation about the flood control plan that's going to happen over ahead of Taonga. So that would be taken into consideration when they're doing flood management planning. You'd be involved in that conversation as well?
I am, yes. In fact, it's a bit of a sideline to the coastal survey, but I'm halfway through a survey of the shorebirds that breed on Hawke's Bay rivers as we speak. Obviously not out there today because I was due to come here and talk to you, but it's also not a pretty pleasant day to be walking on the rivers today. But we've just yesterday finished surveying the Ngāruroro River, and the week prior we were on the Tūtaikuri River, and hopefully next week we'll be back to survey the Tukituki River. And in fact, one result I've included in the slide presentation that I think you've all got access to, or will have access to, is the Pohowera, the banded dotterel. And one key result from the coastal survey, particularly when we combine it with these river surveys that I'm involved with, is that we've recently, combining the two survey results, we've recently found that the Hawke's Bay region supports a breeding population of around 3,000 of these birds, which is kind of a remarkable number to know, because the global population of Pohowera is around 19,000 birds. So we've recently discovered, just in the last year from doing these two very large-scale surveys, that the Hawke's Bay region supports 16% of the global population of the species, which is a really significant proportion of the global population. And this is something that was a real surprise, well, I'm sure not only to you, but certainly to the people that actually work for their living on these shorebirds. No one actually realised there were that many breeding up in the Hawke's Bay region. So that has been a very significant result from this survey, particularly when combined with the river surveys that Hawke's Bay Regional Council is also working on. And yeah, that work is feeding into the environmental management and enhancement plans that the asset management group work to when they're carrying out flood protection activities.
Just on the dotterels, I thought I heard you say in your first mention of the dotterels that they don't breed here, they breed in the South Island, they live here. Then you talked about breeding dotterels being here.
Yeah.
And so you just kind of get me a bit confused. Do they breed here or not?
Both.
All the mutton birds breed here.
Yeah, so they, Pohowera, they're quite interesting. The New Zealand population, which is the global population because they only breed in New Zealand, is broken up into regional subpopulations. So we have a breeding population here in Hawke's Bay, which they breed here in the summertime, but the birds that we find on the braided rivers here in the summertime migrate to the harbours in the Auckland and Northland region in the wintertime. So our birds that breed here are not here in winter, they migrate to Auckland. The birds that spend the winter in Hawke's Bay don't breed here. They breed on the braided rivers in the South Island.
So they all move north?
Yeah, so don't ask me why the Hawke's Bay birds don't just stick around here and the South Island birds stick around on the South Island. Nobody knows the answer to that question. They've decided this is the way that works for them. So in the summertime we have a breeding population here, which heads to Auckland. In the wintertime we have a non-breeding population here, and those birds breed in the South Island.
Have COVID restrictions?
Yeah, they pay no attention to COVID restrictions, as you can imagine. So,
well, I guess they're just sort of precursors of what happens in the States. The New Yorkers leave New York in the winter to go to Florida for the winter.
That's right, yeah.
So they're not silly, are they?
It works for them.
Already.
That's right, yeah. But so because we carried out this survey in the summer months, we were only picking up breeding birds. So the majority of the birds that breed here in summer are on the rivers, but there are also some that breed at sites along the coastline as well. When you add those two totals together, we get a breeding population of 3,000 birds, which is the 16% of the global population. So they are a bit tricky, but yeah, I'm talking here about the birds that do breed in Hawke's Bay.
Good.
Yeah, and another result we had from the survey is because we chopped the coastline up into 1 kilometre sections, that's enabled us to map spatial patterns in the diversity of birds that occur along the coastline to a very high level of spatial definition, which again helps with things like planning for a marine oil spill incident or ranking sites in order of importance according to species diversity. And one pattern that's emerged, so I've put a map in the slideshow presentation that shows patterns in species diversity along the coast. And one obvious pattern that's kind of emerged from that is that certain habitats support a higher diversity of indigenous species. So our two inshore islands, Waikawa and Motuokura, emerge as extremely important sites for indigenous birds. They support a very high diversity of indigenous bird species. Estuaries and river mouths are also extremely important on a regional scale. And the other thing, which is a bit more of a surprise, is we didn't really have data for this before, but any stretch of coast with a pretty diverse range of habitats, so a good mixture of sort of sandy beaches, shingles beaches, and rocky shore, rocky wave platform, supported extremely high diversity of species, whereas more homogeneous areas of coastline, so big long stretches of just sandy beach or shingle beach, tended to support lower diversity of species. So that gives the Regional Council and other agencies a really useful tool for prioritising whether it be management actions such as predator control or other actions designed to mitigate or minimise threats to shorebirds or respond to an incident like a marine oil spill. It also gives a steer to community conservation groups that want to work on the coastline. Where would be the most valuable place to sort of do your work? The advice would be pick a section of shoreline that has a variety of habitats, not just, you know, a big long stretch of shingle beach. So that's a really useful pattern to sort of now know that we've, after having done this sort of regional survey. I keep mentioning the estuaries and river mouths. Another feature of our survey, as well as chopping the coastline up into 1 kilometre stretches, we also did separate bird counts at every single estuary and river mouth we came across on our travels. So we ended up with separate bird counts for 65 different estuaries and river mouths along the Hawke's Bay coastline. And that's enabled us to rank them in sort of priority order or order of value according to species diversity and total numbers of birds that we've counted within each estuary. And that turned up a mixture of sort of expected results but also surprises. So again, in the slides I've provided to you in the paper that we've submitted to this committee, there's a list of sort of the top 10 or so estuaries and river mouths sort of ranked in order of importance. The top one's probably no surprise to any of you, so the Ahuriri estuary comes out at number 1 with 33 indigenous birds and about 3,500 individual birds counted during our survey. The Porongahau estuary was a close second. But one surprise for me, because it just wasn't a site that I was terribly familiar with, was the Mongafio Lagoon up at Mahia Peninsula, was number 3 site in the region. It wasn't a site I knew very well before I surveyed it, but it is a real jewel in the crown of the Hawke's Bay coastline. It's an incredible coastal lagoon and has very high bird values. I'm sure this is no surprise to many of you, but it certainly came out, you know, very close to the top of the list. And then, yeah, the other sort of cluster of sites that ranked very highly were the larger estuaries, such as the Tukituki River mouth, Waitangi estuary, and then some of the coastal lagoons near Wairoa, so Whakaki and the Parawa Lagoon as well. They came out very high up the list. With sort of 78 species detected during the survey, there's basically 78 different stories I could give you about each species. Of course, you're all anxious to have your lunch and to have a break, so I won't inflict 78 stories on you, but there's sort of 3 we wanted to share with you just because they're particularly positive and good news stories. One of which we've actually already talked about, the pohowera, and the fact that we've now discovered that Hawke's Bay supports an extremely significant proportion of the global population of that species. That's a new discovery for us and sheds a new light of just how important this region is for that species. Perhaps the best good news story of all, perhaps to come out of this survey, is that for the Tuturi Whatu, so the New Zealand dotterel, a larger species with a big orange breast. That's a species that was driven extinct in Hawke's Bay very early on. They were gone by about the mid-19th century, probably because of the impacts of the introduced mammalian predators that Europeans brought with them around colonisation. So, cats, ferrets, possums, hedgehogs, the usual suspects. And they were extinct in Hawke's Bay up until around 1990. I grew up in Hawke's Bay. I was here in the 80s growing up, and I never saw one in my travels. They colonised Hawke's Bay around 1990. A couple of pairs started breeding up around Mahia Peninsula. And then the population has just sort of taken off from there. So around the mid-1990s, the population grew to about 24 birds. By 2004, we had a regional population of about 60 birds. They climbed to about 86 birds by 2011. In our survey, we counted 222 adult tūturi whatu along the coastline, which is a remarkable recovery. That this seldom happens in New Zealand with an indigenous bird species. That's probably for two reasons. Firstly, up until the 90s, they were restricted to the northern part of New Zealand, sort of Coromandel, Auckland, northern region. And around the 1980s, the Department of Conservation and a very large number of community groups got heavily involved in managing that species up there, putting pest control in place, fencing off breeding areas to prevent reduced disturbance, and that had a huge impact. Birds started breeding prolifically, and they began spreading southwards along the North Island coastline. Once they reached Hawke's Bay, however, they began breeding at sites that were already being really well managed down here as well. So parts of Mahia Peninsula, Waikawa Island, which is pest-free, the Cape Sanctuary coastline, the Cape Kidnappers coastline, which is fairly predator-free at the moment, and the Aramoana estuary, which has been really well managed at the moment as well. And that's really given this species a really strong foothold in Hawke's Bay, and it's just a remarkable turnaround. They've gone from extinct 20 years ago in this region to, at the moment, they're ranked as nationally critical with a population of under 250 birds. But within 5 years, at the rate they're going, they'll be able to be downgraded to nationally vulnerable. So they're going to be stepping down the threat ranking and becoming a reasonably common fixture along our coastline. So that, I can't stress enough, that's a remarkable result here in Hawke's Bay and a really positive story.
Great. Very good.
Perhaps just one last story I'll share with you, because I'm conscious it's time for a break, relates to Motuakura Island. So we visited that island and carried out the first wildlife survey to be carried out there in about 20 years. 20 years ago, the last survey was done there by the Department of Conservation and iwi partners, and at that time the local titi population, mutton bird, sort of shearwater, had got down to about 5 active breeding burrows. This was 20 years ago. I have to confess, when we went and visited in January, I had extremely low expectations of finding titi still on the island, and as far as we were aware at the time, they weren't breeding anywhere else in Hawke's Bay. So the expectation was that they were probably locally extinct in Hawke's Bay. I'm very, very pleased to report that's not the case. So during our visit to that island, we discovered a TT sitting on an egg in a burrow, confirming they're still present on the island. Nice. And rather coincidentally, a few weeks later, they were discovered breeding at the Cape Sanctuary as well, in 2 artificial burrows installed by the Cape Sanctuary. And they'd been lured in by calls that were being broadcast out to sea, and 2 pairs came in and began breeding. So this time last year, we thought the species was likely extinct in Hawke's Bay. Now we actually have a very small breeding population, both at the Cape Sanctuary and also on Motuakura Island, which again is an extremely pleasing result to be able to come and report to you all.
Great. So we're looking forward to our mutton birds for lunch.
So I'll leave it there anyway. Conscious there.
I just got a couple of questions, and it was brought up in one of our board meetings last week by one of our board members, and it was around the development being done in, the Privetson Drive and new housing and that, and they were just talking about the impact of cats and that's going to have on the estuary, and then like we talked about management, what management process may need to take in. Put in place to, I see there's over 1,300 different species in Ahiru going and that urban sprawl, what affects, protections, do we need to fence it, do we need a...
A lot of armed people, guns, any cat steps over the fence.
Shoot them.
Exactly.
Put a bounty on them.
So cats are a really difficult problem in New Zealand because obviously they're a very popular pet, and we're awash with cats. So you can sort of subdivide the cat problem into 3 issues. We've got a feral cat population, completely wild. We've kind of got the stray cats, the sort of semi-wild ones that are domestic animals that have just been abandoned virtually. Then you've got the domestic cats that are actually being cared for and are people's pets. And it's really difficult to deal to one without impacting the other. Obviously, we can't go after people's pets as much as some of us may want to, myself included. But so the challenge is trying to find ways to deal with the feral and the stray populations in a way that doesn't impact the domestic cat population. Really difficult to do. Obviously, some city and district councils are moving towards putting bylaws in place to have cats microchipped, so that opens the door to being able to do things such as live trapping of cats. If you live trap them, you can if you catch a cat, you can scan it. If it's got a microchip, you release it because it's somebody's cat. If it doesn't have a microchip, you can euthanize it. So that is probably the most feasible solution, I guess, that's sort of out there at the moment in terms of being able to deal with the sort of the feral and stray cat problem without creating a risk to domestic cats. Yeah, so that would be probably the avenue that a lot of councils are going down at the moment. It's a really thorny problem, particularly in cases where you've got suburban development on the fringes of really significant habitats such as the Ahuriri estuary, because as you get more people living in proximity to these areas, you will get more cats moving in, hunting in those areas, irrespective of whether they're being well fed at home or not. They have this instinct to hunt during the day. I guess the other direction that things are going in New Zealand is that more and more people are being encouraged to sort of treat cats as an indoor pet rather than let them free roam and keep them more contained on their properties, which is quite a difficult behavioural shift for a lot of people. It's going to take some time for a lot of people to kind of consider cats to be more indoor rather than outdoor animals, but it's potentially the way we could go. That's certainly the case in Australia now. They're considered more indoor animals. They're kept in runs and inside rather than sort of allowed to free roam.
Thanks for that, Nick. Did you have another question?
Oh no, it was just about that and the TT, because obviously they used to be up Titi Okura as well. That's where you got the name, but obviously a lot of windmills going up there, so they'll be chopping them as they fly through. So I just say, how do you put that up? And the Whare talked about Titi and the name, the significance of that range, and when you said the TT was returning, then obviously as a natural habitat, I know a lot of our whānau that live up there would always just say it would be good to have.
I'll be walking in those ones.
In a bucket. Thank you.
What's the predator on Motu Okura?
As far as we know, it's predator free. So Norway.
Only one do.
Yes, that's right. So Norway rats colonised the island in the 1950s, and Doc and Waimara Marae eradicated them in the 80s. During our visit, we saw no evidence of rats on the island and lots of evidence that they were absent, so I'm pretty confident that they're still absent from the island, which is another fantastic piece of good news. TT probably haven't recovered, well, they clearly haven't recovered much if we've only found one burrow. I suspect if we had the time to do a more thorough search, we would have found more birds, but I doubt there's more than half a dozen burrows on the island. My suspicion is the population had declined to the point at 5 burrows in the 1990s, that the population is now too small to sort of recover on its own. Natural populations get to a point where there's just not enough birds to be able to sort of churn out enough offspring to sort of get back up again. So they're probably going to need a bit of help to recover. And so one spin-off of this piece of work, this coastal survey, is that I'm now working with Waimara Marae and with support from the Regional Council to produce another report investigating options to improve and help restore the biodiversity on Motu Okura, including the local TT population. And one sort of exciting opportunity to explore is to do exactly what the Cape Sanctuary is doing now, install some artificial nest boxes, put up a sound system to broadcast calls to try and drag a few more of the TT that are out at sea and probably just shooting past the island, try and drag them in and get them to start breeding on the island and just give the population a bit of a boost. If it worked at the Cape Sanctuary, as it clearly has, I'm sure it has a pretty high chance of working on Motu Okura Island too.
Yeah, people would say you probably haven't finished your survey yet because Waikato Moana is considered coastal as well. They must have birds up around Waikato Moana. And as Peter was saying, he got Titi Okura Saddle, Ahi Titi up at Pūtere, and there's also had Titi in Waikato Moana as well. So, and there's that sanctuary up on Maunga Hararu. And the reason it's called Maungaharuru is because of the tremendous beating of wings that used to occur 100 or so years ago before colonisation. So for us, all the hills around the bay were bird sanctuaries.
Right.
And it's, it would be nice to know to account up there too. You've been up to the sanctuary up at Maungaharuru for the TT?
No, I haven't. No.
Same as down at the one down at the bay here, a sanctuary for, they call them on the flight path back home. So it's been going on probably about a year after the one down here. So
right, yeah.
That's about 5 or 6 years. But yes, it's a long slow process. It's a 50-year plan. So hopefully we've got another 50-year plan for all the rest.
How about Rick?
Oh, I was just going to say, it's a weird thing to be out there in the dark and hear the bird calls in the dark. It's the weirdest sound I've heard. That's great. I think the TT coming back to the Cape Sanctuary will actually populate a wider area around here as well. Once that population gets up, well protected, they'll spread again.
It's a lot of translocations away, about 150 a year.
Huge amount of work that's gone into those, And like you say, it's a sort of a multi-decade project. They don't increase in numbers quickly. It's they're long-lived, slow-breeding things, as you know, and it'll take some time.
And it's been a long, hard campaign eliminating the cats.
So I see a hand up on the wall, Rick. Michelle?
Oh, kia ora, and thank you so much for your detailed report. I must say we do enjoy the report on the manu. And I'd like to extend an invitation to you to our Mātangira Reserve Board Committee, because I know you had the separate bird counts for the estuary, and Mātangira was in the Whakamahi Ngāmotu area, so we'd really be interested in your report there. And I know up there we've also got a lot of stray cats in the Rangihawa domain, if people dump their cats, so that's probably impacting. A main theme I'm hearing here also is that the component of mātauranga Māori can never be underestimated, and it should be included in this mahi. So just in that, and what Charlie, kia ora, Charlie, for your kōrero, we all have this richness of kōrero around our manu. Through our manuka kai practices, and the kōrero that was handed down in a lot of own research that we could contribute together. And I'd like to see what was, how is the decline over the years, because I'm sure there's been some other work done around that. Another addition, mātiti. Everybody knows about mātiti. Well, mātiti was it's just down the road from me. So that was known for mutton burgers or for titi. So we have a lot of that kōrero. You talked about, not quite sure why the bird flew from one end to the other. In the town itself in Wairō, originally was named Te Rawa. Now, Te Rawa was a ngāhere. It was well known as the whakatauki that goes with it, and it connects, and it's all about the manu, the bird. Because the birds move between Turanga and Wairō. And it was also part of when they were harvesting the kekia, the farms there for weaving. But that mātauranga, in collaboration with your work, I think is the richness that we can weave together. And it will uncover a lot of information, historical information that would be helpful, I think. And that's what this is all about. And I really enjoyed your report. And also, when you come through to Wairō, please, my email can be passed on, and me and Katarina. So we have our Wairō whānau attending and participating. So, kia ora, thank you very much. And also, planting.
Thank you for your... Kia ora. Thank you so much for your report. I enjoyed that. I've met Keiko and Kaita. I was actually waiting for a phone call when you were coming to Wairō, because we actually had a team ready to come and count with you. So, because we actually understood you were going to come around late November, early December. Anyways, just to let us know when you're coming through, because the question I wanted to ask is, what times would you be seeing the birds? Like for Wairoa, the best time for us seeing birds is like the incoming tide, early morning. I'm not quite sure if you came in the afternoon or in the evening. It's just because we're bird watchers too. Just also carrying on from where Michelle and others, Peter and the Manga Hararu whānau. Yes, it's true. Where I come from, there's a manga called Titirangi. So there must be a migrational path. I'm told there is. I believe it. Because you can stand on these mountains and see another mountain flowing there. They're going to go there, and there's their pathway. So it's very useful to connect with the mana whenua and tangata whenua. Thank you for your mahi. We know there's more birds out there. I see you're also going to come to Wairoa for a workshop and to the Waitangi Regional Park and other places. We welcome that visit. If you need a venue, hit me up or Michelle and we'll host you. So ngā mihi kia koutou.
Look, I'm going to cut us off here. Time's moving on and we are moving into our lunch hour. Aroha mai api.
Okay, good one.
So, Nick, as you can see, there's a symbiotic relationship between us and money.
Absolutely.
So to our staff, if we're going to have a conversation around money, put aside an hour, please. Okay? Don't give us a half an hour, as you can see, not long enough. That relationship for us is whakapapa. We got here to Aotearoa by using our money as part of our navigations. So that conversation for us, it is mātauranga, it's kōrero rangatira. So please allow us enough time to have a decent conversation around it. Absolutely important.
Kia ora, Chair, and perhaps a way of doing that might be through the agenda setting process.
Tapai. So thank you both for absolutely great report. As you see, our interest is huge, especially around TT. I never heard any other money mentioned but TT.
I think it's lunchtime, is it?
Yeah, so with that, can we have...
Came to give us a report and you got a report.
Yes, yes.
Can we have a move and a second, please? Thank you, Karolaina and Paura. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Thank you very much. And with that, Api, could you say our grace, please? And bless our
Before I
money.
say our karakia for our kai, my favourite bird is the kuaka, the godlet. And I'll tell you why. It reminds me of whānau and communities. When they migrate, they don't leave anyone behind. And when they do leave, they send their sentinels up into the sky, waiting for the jet stream. And that's how they get their young ones to fly well over 5,000 kilometres. And that bird's always been my favourite bird, so kia ora.
Kia ora.
Ki noi. That's the same. Whakapainga ngā kai hei oranga mō mātou tīna na whāngai hoki o mātou wairua ki te taro ki ore ko ikraiti hoki tō mātou ariki
Bypass one, everybody. And 25 minutes.
25 minutes.
25 minutes.
Yeah.
Koto. I usually defer to the chair, so I just might see whether the chair wants to precede me with his remarks, lest I steal any thunder.
Well, I've only got one thing to really just reflect on. That was the joint day we had between the Maori Committee, Regional Planning Committee and elected councillors. And I thought it was an outstanding day. I'm sure, hopefully, those who were there would also agree. I thought it was the first time we'd seen all of those who were involved in governance of this council gathered together. It's quite a phenomenal number when you think about it. It's not a very tight, small group. It's a broad number. I thought it was also very good that we saw ourselves as an entity. I thought it was also very good that the staff described to all gathered what the range of jobs and responsibilities were and the reach of the organisation. I thought that was well received by people in the room. They could see it more clearly than probably had done before. I also thought it was really good that we were able to talk about the big issues, which I started as a nomination for climate change, water for people, water for the environment and water for business, and biodiversity. We also had a good discussion about how we might improve what we do. We are, after all, an organisation whose principal business is decisions. That's what we do, we make decisions. We do a lot of work, but we're principally here about decisions. And so we talked about how we might improve our decision-making process, how we might resolve issues between us, and to make this organisation go faster and do its job better for the environment, for our people, for the region. We talked about having shared visions, we talked about having agreement on plans, joining things up, working together, resolving issues differently. So the upshot of that is that there will be a meeting very shortly of the co-chairs of the Maori Committee, the co-chairs of the Regional Planning Committee and the chair of the Regional Council and the deputy chair. And we'll look at how we take the next step forward and we'll work on that. And a key part of that will be when we have the next Regional Planning Committee scheduled sometime in December, I think it is, early December, we're going to reconvene the same meeting again. Right, so rather than this time, as we did last time, talk more about generic things, the leadership of the committees and the executive staff will come along with an outline of a plans of what we can do. We can discuss that and then take it on to the next step, because people want to move forward, don't want to talk about things, so we'll be able to move forward together and resolve our issues. So was that? So I thought that was very good. That's the big issue on my deck, is how to join this organisation up, help it move forward more quickly, be more effective about what it does, and to get some results. We're here to do things.
So just before we move on to James, is there any from those members who attended that Government Strategic Planning Day, any comments in regards to that?
Yeah, I suppose it's just the roadmap moving forward and where everything's going to fit, because we're in a period of change at the moment. And then obviously with the Regional Council, with what the government's announcing, there's huge changes potentially coming up, and then how do you fit within the puzzle? And that's it was a good meeting. We had it in East Pier. It was great, and then obviously just some of the kōrero and implementing the plan, because he talked about a collective and one response to make us more efficient and effective in the mahi we do as well. So it'd be just interesting the steps that Rick, you're going to implement moving forward, or when we get to a point where we can say, right, this is where we're heading, this is the next 2, 3, 4 years, whatever it is, how we're going to be fit within the structure. That's my main point.
Well, I think the simple answer to that is that we can only plan on what we know and what exists today. So whatever's here today, we work with that. Secondly, if we're going to do the right thing for the right reasons, for the right outcome, then we'll be doing the right thing. So I just feel as long as we get these things and move forward, regardless of what the framework is around, if we're doing what's right by the environment and by our people, well, we should be okay regardless of what the structure is around us. So I've got a really simple view in mind about this, and I feel that anyway, the next meeting will be the best chance we've got to sort of reveal these things for you, and it'll be sometime in December. So I want this thing to pick up at a pace. I wasn't going to wait until the beginning of next year, so we're moving.
And our other conversation obviously is going to be with government as well, because this is one platform as Māori we work in, but then there's still, with the new body that's been proposed, then obviously as mana whenua we still have a active role to play in the other structure as well. So, and I know they've put out some comms about what they're planning, but we need to be effective from a regional point of view, because we don't sit down Wellington and the committees are being formed at that governance level, and how do we impact on from a local point, like which we had with regional council within the structure. So those are some of the other discussions that we'll be having, just to make sure we're fit for purpose, or it's fit for purpose. So yeah, the government's come back and said this, but then we've still got to work out, is it right for our local response within the region. So yeah, it's two conversations going on, I suppose.
Peter, do you have anything? Yes, was well convened hui by Pierre and his team. So ngā mihi hoki, kia koutou. And what's he saying? A small step for some, but a big step for others. So it'd be great. It'd be great to see where this takes us. Ngā mihi. Rosie, everything?
Yeah, I just thought it was a good hui, and the good thing about it that everybody that was there, we were all wanting to go in the same directions. We just had different ways of getting there, so we need someone to say, well, this is a good way for us all to go forward, because we all just want to head in the same place, but we just have a different look of how do we get there. So with the new meeting and the committee going forward, I think that'll be our drive to say, well, this is it. And we all just jump on board, and because we were happy with what actually happened up there. So yeah. It was
So I
good
take it from
turnout.
that comment, Rose, we all stay on the same waka?
Yeah, exactly.
Going forward?
Yes.
Thank you for your update there, Rick. James?
Chair. Petty said the other day as we were in a meeting that it's one thing to be all on the same waka, but we've all got to be rowing as well. And I think for me and for the staff, the hui that we had was enormously important and exciting, because we recognise that we can't do the mahi alone, and your leadership within your communities, and this is for councillors as well as our PSG reps on RPC as well as our Maori committee. That leadership's critical to take the community with us on the journey. And so really we started with the day with a bit of a ask for help, and the really pleasing thing was the willingness by everyone in the room to contribute to that lies ahead. So we now have some work underway to bring you to the next hui, which we're looking to run on the 1st of December. Again, another combined hui of that group. Our initial thoughts for your guidance on for engagement next year. So a program of intensive engagement with our communities around particularly fresh water, but not only, the Kotahi plan. So I thought I'd follow on from the issues raised around Peter in terms of our sort of macro context. And it would be remiss not to acknowledge in the first instance just our COVID context. So you will have seen from the significant activities report in your papers today that COVID continues to have a significant impact on our operations in terms of delivery. The recent lockdown or the level 3 had a big impact. There are supply chain impacts on getting people, etc. So COVID continues to have a significant impact on us operationally as an organisation. We're deeply connected into central government, into the DHB and our other local government partners, and also the Tai Whenua partnerships we have around the COVID response. and we in real time are watching the situation and preparedness for getting to a situation where we have community transmission and that we need to do a lot more to support our communities, and we've certainly been supporting the vaccination drives too. So that's really just to say that COVID's not over and does hang over us and will continue to hang over us. The regional economy, I think, is going to have a tougher summer than it did last summer. There'll be less, certainly major events, most have been cancelled or postponed, and we can expect to see less inbound tourism, I think, to the region. So it's going to be a quiet summer off the back of some pretty big summers that we've had in recent times, and we dodged a bullet really as a region last summer, and we're very lucky, I think, to still have so many visitors and so much economic activity. And the primary sector remains poised, obviously, around the summer growing season. Labour issues still remain challenging, and community transmission creates issues for our exporters as well. So all that we remain on tenterhooks on. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. An awful lot happening at the national level, as Peter has referenced. So starting with Three Waters reform, we've obviously had the announcement earlier in the week that the government intends to mandate Three Waters reform. And that presents some issues for our territorial authorities in particular, and there's a lot of concern about loss of local voice and control over those assets. It doesn't impact the regional council directly in any significant way in terms of our assets, but obviously as the regulator of the Three Waters, concerned about environment and public health outcomes, any changes or reforms that get better delivery of Three Waters is welcomed. But obviously understand the anxiety around loss of local voice, which is why we've collaborated in the Hawke's Bay model that you've all been fed into in terms of the cultural case for that. But it's not to be at this stage with the government taking legislation forward. I guess just on the local voice, so I was on a call this morning, I had to go out for it, of the local government steering group on the resource management reforms that I sit on. We were meeting with the central government chief executives overseeing the reforms, and what was reiterated to us by the Secretary of Internal Affairs is that the Three Waters entities will take plans, they won't make plans, which is to say they are service delivery entities. The planning still will sit very much within the resource management reforms which are going on, which is to say our regional plans and what we've talked to you recently about in terms of a regional spatial strategy, combined regional plan, that will ultimately decide the investment of where Three Waters goes in our communities and the quality of those investments. So the government's been clear that we will still retain the consenting responsibility for our wastewater, stormwater, and we'll still have our role in overseeing source protection for drinking water. So for the Regional Council, it's largely business as usual in those reforms. It's just about who's going to be owning and delivering the pipes in the ground and collecting the funds for those. So I'm heartened by what we're seeing in terms of a government commitment to local voice in decision making. And in the resource management reforms, we're currently discussing how do we bring up our local voice in terms of district and city planning, our regional planning into coherent regional plans that has a much enhanced role for mana whenua. So the local government steering group, I can tell you, has been consistent from day one about our uneasiness about working on the government's reforms with the Crown having a separate dialogue, particularly with the iwi Leaders Advisory Group. And what we have said is that we would really like to work in a tripartite way between local government, central government and mana whenua, and that central government needs to cascade its engagement down to people in place. And so there is going to be engagement through the remainder of this year, I understand, with local government as well as with tangata whenua within each and every region. Just recognising, particularly in our rohi, the complex makeup of our communities and the diversity of our communities. So we have been consistently pointing to the Hawke's Bay Regional Planning Committee Act 2015 and the commitments that are made in there, and to this committee, and also the Māori advisory committees, Māori standing committees that we have in the other territorial authorities, as some standing architecture that we want to see taken into account and used as a starting point for how do we ensure that we've got enhanced participation in planning and decision.
And just not to interrupt slightly, and obviously with these committees, and I just talk on behalf of Te Whanganui Rotu, that doesn't go to other council, because until we build strong relationships, so we can say in this committee of regional council, yes, we support, until we have partnership, and that would be a lot for a lot of Māori entities, because you've got to have true partnership. It's going to be demonstrated in the committees. So it's obvious, and our chair says that we don't at this stage with Napier City Council, because we don't sit on that, because we don't recognise the makeup. So hence, all I'm making a point that those committees need to have some mana behind them and support from whether it's the tai whenua or whoever. They have to have proper mandating process to be effective in the role they're going to do. I just need to make that point because you've brought up about the makeup of those committees and support the regional council and the makeup, because it's a broad section. It goes from Wairoa down to Paronga High. We've got good representation. You've got the RPC in there, so it engages. So just qualifying that point. Sorry, James.
Understood, Chair, and I think it underscores the complexity of our current arrangements, but also the opportunity to get this better set up than it is at the moment. What I hear consistently from the local government sector is that there is the opportunity through these reforms to completely change the nature of our partnership, and that there is, I think, an opportunity to not only for the Crown to give effect to its obligations with Te Tiriti, but also to give effect to that in a way which recognises mana whakahaere. And I think one of the challenges, certainly observing just as a public servant over my career of the Crown-Māori relationship, has been the relationship being expressed at the national level through Iwi Chairs Forum, for example, and New Zealand Māori Council, and how challenging that can be for that to cascade and to adequately give effect to the principles of Te Tiriti at local place. So this is very much the opportunity, I think, for redesigning some things to explore that. The future of local government work, which is underway, is going to take into account this, but this is on a longer time frame. The big game in town right now is Three Waters reform, which I've touched on, and the resource management reform, which is underway. The other big reform that's kind of in the background and we've all banked and it's now ticking along and not so visible is freshwater reform. And so there is a significant body of work with the Pēris involved in through Ngā Kairapa, our sector interest group across regional councils for Māori governance and co-management. That group has been working with Kahui Māori and officials in Wellington around particularly the capability and capacity issues. And we had further discussions on that yesterday about how we can bring Crown funding alongside our funding to build that, particularly as we go on the journey around Te Mana o Te Wai and how to give effect to that. So that's going alongside a whole bunch of big technical work streams, including around Mātauranga, but also around very specific scientific questions of how you measure different parts of freshwater quality, etc., all to feed into the kotahi process that we have ahead of us. So on the day that we had recently at East Pier, we ran through the organisational activity, and so I won't reiterate all of that, and we have got the significant activities report today, but perhaps just to give you a flavour of what's top of mind for me. The heavy rainfall that's starting in Wairoa right now is a constant reminder of our vulnerability to heavy flooding. It's this time of year that we typically get large rain events, particularly as we get into the spring period before the settled summertime, and we've got a staff up in Wairoa today, and we're keeping a watching brief on things. We have got plans to move the mouth of Te Wairoa Awa, but that's that's not going to be done before the weekend. In fact, that's a major piece of engineering work that will happen over the summer. So for now, there's a vulnerability, and there's always vulnerability, obviously, to very big events. So I'm constantly on a state of some anxiety about the fact that of climate change impacts, the very first that we are going to see are heavier and more frequent storm events, and we still remain very vulnerable. So the work we've got going on right now to upgrade the Hiritonga Plains scheme, the stop banks, etc., and the gravel extraction programs we've got going on at the moment are high priority with high urgency to build in as much resilience to those schemes as we can, because we just don't know when the next big rainfall event comes. Just on water security, so we're continuing to make good progress in the Ngāraroro and also the work with the Tamatia Tai Whenua in relation to a managed aquifer recharge trial down in central Hawke's Bay. So again, conscious of the fact that we could be in another drought this coming summer, but currently we're looking pretty good, I think, in terms of the spring rainfall we've had, but the summer's got a long way to go yet. So we just keep fingers crossed on that. Just, I guess, on the freshwater side of things, there's a huge amount of activity around new regulations, intensive winter grazing, stock exclusion, the work we're doing in Tuki around nitrogen limits, etc. So all that's going on, keeping staff busy, and obviously with tank, we're just waiting now on the commissioners to finalise their decisions and rulings and bring them forward. And the Mohaka plan change work is well underway now, so that's great. So I think perhaps the final thing I would say, which rounds back to the start of all of this, which is kind of the COVID context, the urgency of the issues we face around our climate resilience, around the state of our freshwater, and around the state of our biodiversity isn't going away. But COVID continues to create disruptions to our ability to meet, to make decisions, to have people out in the field. And so we've got this headwind, if you like, which underscores the need for us to get together and make decisions as fast as we can and make as much progress as we can on those big issues. So that's all from me, Chair. I'm very happy to take any questions from anyone. Ngā mihi nui.
So we'll go to the war first. Michelle?
No, comprehensive report. Thank you. And that's good news about the looking at the mouth opening for Water River. I also understand, James, that you're also engaging with and I know it's not in my area, but you're also engaging with our bridge path owners. None of those people are the name now. With the water.
Yes, we are. So we have been engaging directly with Mangoroa, and those conversations are productive and ongoing. And so we're looking very specifically at what we can do around returning water to the Paritua, the Kariwariwa in particular, and making the progress that was promised a long time ago, but that stalled for a variety of reasons, and just getting all that back on track. So that is a current focus, and we have the Waifakato hui reasonably soon on that front.
And just one more question, James. So when I see you've got the barriers up there ready to do the sheep piling, when is that going to start? Here in Wairoa on your place.
I don't quite hear the question, but it's in relation to the sheep piling.
Yeah, barriers up for the sheep piling, yep.
So,
when's that starting? Because we see the barriers going up, so it must be going up to me.
So pretty imminently. Chris isn't here at the moment. I don't know, Nathan, whether you know the timeline on that. No, I think all the materials have arrived and we're into it, as far as I know.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Any further questions up on the board? If not, coming back to the room, into the room. Any further questions for James in regards to his report?
No, just recognise, James, you've got a busy road ahead of you, and a lot of work to do. So you've got a big job anyway. But just for all the reforms, just recognise you've got a lot of work ahead of you. And, yeah, keep up the good way.
Thanks,
Anything
Peter.
we can do for you, James, please ask.
Well, certainly if you can make it on the 1st of December, that will be a conversation about the heavy lifting we'd like you to do, and help us engage. We've got to get our communities in behind the work that needs to be done, as we discussed at the hui. We can't do it all on our own, and it goes to behaviour change, and it goes to people all getting in behind their shoulder to the wheel. So that's the dream.
We had two good examples of that today. Charlie will help that Campbell with the possums, and this whole room will help the Nicky with the birds. So there's plenty of horsepower there.
Kārawe.
Any further questions for James? Just one from me, James, just in regards to the three wars. Now, fully understand that in regards to the infrastructure, that kind of belongs to the other local territorial authorities. But as you said, Hawke's Bay Regional Council do play a major part, especially in regards to the regulating that activity, and will continue to do so. I think the other part that you do play is one of leadership, in that you, to a certain degree, you don't have a conflict of interest like other councils who are looking at their assets, disappearing to a third party. So, and you're quite right, we have played a big part in those conversations. We just commented on earlier about the last 4 or 5 years. We've been contributing right from the start into these conversations. I think we're just a bit concerned that is our voice is not lost along this journey now that we're getting towards the pointy end. In the rush to get to a result, the Māori input is lost, mana whenua input is lost. So if we can get the Regional Council support around making sure that we still remain relevant to that conversation going forward, that would be truly appreciated.
100% Chair, I can give you that commitment, absolutely.
Are we just going to move, nothing else?
Just add to what the Chair said, and that's because obviously we're a reflection of our marae and our mana whenua status, and that's quite important when you look at the iwi contract and how we all work and support our iwi, but obviously for me the heart is in our marae, and that's where our people go back to. So when you're looking at the differences, and we have these conversations with different people, our iwi and constructs and mana whenua, obviously our marae's been around for a long period of time, and that's where we all go back to. So it's good to highlight the importance of the marae and the hapu and the whānau. Got it.
Can we just go on to item 7, and we'll move them both 6 and 7 at once? Thank you. So we're on page 47, actually 49.
Sorry, Chair, I've got my laptop in front of me. So
item 1 was in regards to...
But if there are any questions on those, I think we'd happily
So
take.
number 1 we've dealt with. Pau whakarai, Chief Executive, to discuss potential framework for reimbursement.
So we have had a discussion, and what we were proposing to do, subject to discussion with the Chair, is that we would take that to a discussion between yourself and Ms McElroy and the RPC co-chairs. So at the hui that the Chairman has asked for, with the chairs and co-chairs of the respective committees, is to have a discussion about that very matter, because we recognise that what we're asking over the next year and 3 years is a whole bunch of mahi that's not sitting around a table and necessarily reading papers, but it's out there in the community engaging. So we need to look at how we resource that.
Item 3 was in regards to information to be provided on potential impacts of Hawke's Bay Regional Council economic planning on tangata whenua and how KPIs for Māori employment are being met.
Yeah, so, Chair, just a slight apology for the response that's in the paper. That was some of our staff trying to be very helpful and pointing to the work that is going on in relation to economic development delivery, and there has been a bunch of engagement with Te Kahui o Takitimu, Te Kahui Ohanga o Takitimu. and that's continuing, and there's further discussion on that. But this item, I recall, rose very specifically from the Crown stimulus work that we have from the flood scheme upgrades as well as Jobs for Nature, and we are reporting to the Crown on our stats there. We've obviously had a really strong partnership with the Kaitiaki Rangers, for example, but with a range of others as well. So what I've asked the team for the next meeting to do is to bring those statistics forward so you can see what we're reporting through to the Crown in terms of benefits for Māori from the economic development or economic stimulus work we're doing.
Peter, I feel a question coming from you.
You do. And I suppose we discussed it this morning. We talked about the pest control management plan that was coming up and around procurement. So when those procurement contracts are given out, then there's, how's that built into the process? And if we go back 10 years ago in the the Hastings District Council, as an example, they tendered out their pathway contracts to contractors, and they had in the tender process, they had a statement in there, how are you engaging with the community and giving people opportunity. And then obviously that reflected in some of the outcomes when they tendered those contracts out for Māori, because obviously statistically they were recruiting some and giving people opportunity. So I suppose we talk about that package. I know with the PGF you've got milestones to meet, but I suppose when you look at the procurement and then you look at the iwi, cheers, Hui, that was held about 2 years ago here, and the example was given in Auckland about the procurement process and how they had changed to work with mana whenua, and how that had seen an increase in the delivery of work, and then the opportunity for disadvantaged people to be working within the environment. So, yeah, it'd be good if that's reflected in some way through the procurement process.
So, Chair, Council earlier this year adopted a progressive procurement policy and toolkit for the organisation that specifically requires consideration of benefits to Māori as part of our obligations under Te Tiriti, and that'll all be part of the procurement process. Now, the rollout of that toolkit is continuing in terms of all of our procurements, but I'm really happy to bring back a briefing to this committee on that policy and how we're going with it.
Great. I'd like to see that as part of one of our items, and we can measure it as it progresses.
Sure. Thank you. Peter, number 4. Oh, you want to ask?
I was just going to add to that. I'm not sure whether we have previously, but perhaps we could actually share the progressive procurement toolkit as well.
Yes.
I'll send that to you, and that is certainly in alignment with what came out of Hastings District Council more broadly across the region.
So while you have the mic to your mouth, you want to address number 4?
I'm just on the wrong page here, Chair. Could you just
Schedule a wānanga with expert staff, tai whenua and council, try and tying everything around land, water, coast together around the Kotahi plan change. You are the person responsible for action. Update to be provided at this meeting.
Which is actually a reference into a much bigger piece of work, and the Kotahi plan change has actually been led under Katrina's area by Kerry and the planning and policy team. It came up earlier on in the discussion, so we're very much working with those who are within that catchment area of Mohawk at the moment. That will ultimately lead us to an approach that will be beneficial across the remaining catchments in terms of the Kotahi plan change. So I think people here through the RPC and through the Māori Committee, in terms of the restructuring we were talking about earlier on, will become more proficient in this. It's going to be part, as it was in the Green Shed and the Strategic Governance Day, it was a particular focus and a particular workshop. We'll continue to do those leading right into the 1st of December as well.
1st of December, yeah.
So we're going to tie it up in that space.
Yeah, rather than have duplicit sort of conversations.
And does I just pick up a point that Michelle said this morning in our brief prior to this meeting, is the Māori committee in that Kotahi plan, because I thought she said it wasn't, but I'm not too sure. Michelle, you might be able to enlighten us.
You mean te mana o te wai?
Oh, in the Kotahi plan, it was just a comment made this morning, but I haven't, I wouldn't say.
Yeah. The Kotahi plan is around the policy and not incorporating te mana o te wai into the policy while it is RPC. But it's not actually on the committee, is it?
I think it's more about
we're wanting to know where we sit in this.
So I think that's the nature of the discussion on the 1st of December, but where I understood we got to at the last session was that we're bringing the Maori Committee and the RPC together in relation to the oversight and taking kotahi forward.
Oh, no, that's good. That's good. I wasn't quite sure. Awesome. Thank you.
So that's exactly what the purpose of the meeting was at East Pier.
Awesome.
That we were all going to be joined up and moving forward together. And I thought I reflected that back to you in my report just before. So that's what we're doing. And I also thought I reflected I'm going to call the chair of the Maori, chairs of the Maori Committee, RPC, the chair and the deputy chair of the Regional Council together to have a meeting to talk about the next follow-up meeting, which was going to be when the RPC met in December. So we're going to, the three groups of chairs we're going to meet, decide on how the agenda will be rolled out, look at the program going forward. We then come on the beginning of December, share that with you as a quick start to get this thing underway. The whole planning process will all be there. What more I have to say, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just clarifying the point that was made.
Confirmation of that, because we understand the statutory obligations you have with the RPC.
Yes.
And so you don't have that obligation with us. We're sitting here at your discretion, Rick. So that's good for all our committees to hear that, for that to be clear. We're happy to work together, and that's potahitanga. That's rangatiratanga, and we're all in for that. It's just that we hope we don't get dropped down the road.
Well, no, that's exactly.
Good to hear that in confirmation.
Yeah,
I think there was a little bit of a thing in the background, a little bit worried.
Well, I thought I was making myself clear, not in kotakitanga, but as a bloke who grew up playing rugby. I put my arm out, grabbed you by the scruff of the jersey, hauled you to the scrum, we're all rolling forward.
Well, if you said it, Rick, hey, we can take that as gospel.
We're all on this rolling ball going forward as far as I'm concerned, that's it.
So with that, we'll move. With that, we'll move to receive the reports from the chair and the deputy chair and the follow-ups from the CEO. Thank you, Api. Thank you, Mare. All those in favour, please say aye. 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 Thank you. Thank you, James, and thank you, Rick.
Also, as well add, I expect a good, strong leg drive from the Maori Committee on these matters.
So now we're going to move. We're going to move to item 10.2. LIDAR. Can I ask our presenters to come forward, please?
We have Melissa and we have Barry who will present on this.
Thank you, Melissa and Barry. Oh, just Melissa?
Yeah.
Into the lion's den.
Goodness me.
Page 65.
Tēnā koutou. Ko Melissa Robson-Williams, tōku ingoa. Thank you very much for making a little bit of space in your very, very busy agenda to hear the update from the LIDAR partnership project. Apologies, Barry had done a really, really nice slide deck and we didn't submit it, so we're going to give a verbal update, so I'm really sorry about that. We can make the slides available.
Yes, please.
But my head's been a little bit more in this project, so Barry and I flipped a coin, I won, so I get to present it to you. So I'll just give you a quick verbal update. So the reason for the report, so this report follows on from about 6 months ago. We came to present to you in June about the LIDAR partnership project between Hawke's Bay Regional Council and Manaki Whenua Land Care Research. So LIDAR being the plane that flies over, darts all of the kind of jets of light to get a really very detailed picture of the land surface. And there are all sorts of things that we can do with that. So Hawke's Bay Regional Council have just had LIDAR flown for the whole region. That should be through by the end of the year, and they put, as I said, a partnership project with Manaki Whenua Land Care Research to develop some information and tools. So we asked for your input into figuring out what we should do. So we had lots and lots of ideas, and we've come up with 6 projects have been chosen. And the reason for coming and talking to you today is to see whether you would like to be, if you would like to be, and if you would, how you'd like to be involved in the project. And so this might be as a whole committee, it might be kind of part of the committee. So that's the ask, and so I thought I would just talk about the six or the projects that have been chosen to see if any of those might be of interest to you. So of the 6 projects, so the first one is around improving basically our modelling of erosion, so understanding of erosion risk, landslide susceptibility risk. So that's focusing on better information going into the models, which produce maps to essentially give us an idea of erosion, the amount of sediment that's coming off the land, and of risk of erosion. And so this is particularly important for how and where we concentrate kind of mitigations for meeting freshwater, our kind of freshwater standards, and especially important given the increased storminess that we expect to get with climate change. So that's the first one. The second one is about improving land characterization. So this is around improving our description of farm, of slopes of land, critical source areas. So this is where we would expect to see a lot of soil or phosphorus being lost, particular areas where they're kind of particularly high risk for soil and phosphorus loss. Understanding flow paths, so how water and contaminants move through the catchment. Again, quite important for if we're going to be managing our freshwater, managing to help meet freshwater standards. So that's the second one, about land characterization. The third one is around producing a vegetation layer. So this is trying to get really good information and producing a layer of the types of vegetation that we have across the whole region. And so that might be kind of riparian or wetland or shelter belts, kind of fragments of forest, or even single trees that sit in large open areas. So it's not yet clear how detailed they're going to be able to get this vegetation layer. For example, will they be able to pick up between kind of native and exotic trees? I don't know yet, but it's producing a vegetation layer, and that will be quite important for other types of assessment, for example, wetland assessments or assessments around biodiversity or assessments around carbon. The fourth one is improving processes for mapping culturally important areas. So this is one of the things that we took from the Maori Committee last time. So this project is the processes to use LiDAR along with Mataranga Hapu for the identification of likely parasites, midden, wahitapu sites. So just to be clear that this is about developing the processes rather than collecting the data, the council collecting data and storing it. So it's developing the processes so people can use the LiDAR for really understanding and seeing things that are otherwise hidden.
So just a quick question. So that'll interface, because I know you're seeing Maramotu as an example, because we're just about to go through that process and then have a touch-top table where we build our whakapapa in our stream and identify areas. So using that LiDAR mapping system, or that system, if we interfaced it with our system we're just developing, working through, would you see that as a connection with where we, and I'm only talking about, say, up around, up around Puketitiri, up to the headwaters around the Tutakiri and around that, and possibly out to the whanga. So that would interface with, and we've got an IT person going to build on that, so we could link, do you think?
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. That would be great.
Yeah. Thank you.
So that's the fourth one. The fifth one is a little bit of seed funding. This is a novel method. We haven't tried this before, but to see if LiDAR can help, or we can use LiDAR to build an analytical process to derive ecosystem service information. So ecosystem services is a way that lots of councils are using to try and manage the environment. So looking at all of the services that all of the values and services that are provided by the environment. So investigating LiDAR to be able to to be able to calculate or predict some of these services, for example, recreational services or carbon stocks, things like that. So that's another, that's the fifth one. And the sixth one, which is basically the question that I wanted to ask you, is we have a particular theme or a particular project about extension and testing. So wanting to make sure that all of this information doesn't just stay in academics' heads or on their computers or in kind of in ways and models that are really impenetrable and unusable. So we put some resources aside specifically to take this stuff out and engage and test and see if it's actually useful. So that will be with, hopefully with the Maori committee, but with farmer groups, kind of rural professional groups, as well as the council themselves and hopefully some community groups as well. So the ask is, and obviously you have time to reflect and think about it, but whether the committee or parts of the committee would like to be involved with some or all, how you'd like to be
Thank you,
involved.
Melissa. Short answer is all of it.
Great.
And everything else that you haven't talked to us about, you want to be part of that too. So I think it really is about, so with for the couple of presentations that I've seen of LIDA and what it potentially can do, I think, to be fair, we'd be looking for a partnership, not just to give our response. We really want to be part of the thing mātauranga that's been extracted from out of that process. Who to engage with? All of us.
Yep.
And that's Māoridom. Not just this committee, but our tai whenua, our hapu, our marae, our whānau, our kaitiaki. We all want to be a part of that discussion. Does that make it easy for you?
And so that's great.
Right throughout Hawke's Bay.
That's a great challenge. So the one of the questions is how, whether you can give some guidance on how.
So if we can have some contact details, and we can actually go back and start to have those conversations back at our tai whenua level, just to start with, and how we can utilise the information.
Yeah. So I think with, because there'll be a broad range of interest and for all the projects we've got underway at the moment, then it's just where we can fit into what you're doing, because there'll be parameters around what you're wanting to achieve, and then our spares like you said, it's like that. It's how we can work.
And so can Barry and I collate some material, some pictures and things like that might support the discussions that you're having? Is that
we'll keep you busy for 50 years.
Yeah, I think we can all see the potential use of this technology and information.
I've seen one of those maps there, primo.
Yeah.
I also think that it's got to also help lead to a change in behaviour. What we do, how we do things. That's what. If it's just informal, we do nothing. Well, then it's got to change behaviour, doesn't it? So that's what we've also got to think of. Just not the process. How do we bring about a change of behaviour and improvements?
And it's a management tool that we can use to I'll look at some of the environmental stuff. It'll be a great tool to capture some of that and then measure it, because you've got to measure everything. So snapshot.
But I think one of the things about it, if you're thinking about kind of behaviour change or practice change, is this enables us to see things that we can't see otherwise, which is quite powerful. You know, they're quite powerful imagery. It helps us see things that we just don't have that perspective at the moment. So.
Well, I could have a great philosophical discussion with you about human perception, but
in your hui, you can have that discussion.
but I do think it's the fundamental of this is you could call it to awaken people to seeing things which they have thus far chosen to not see or not thought about seeing. But at the end of it, we still want a behaviour change because we want to improve the environment. If it doesn't do that, it's not worthwhile doing.
Api.
Kia ora, my dear. With your mapping technology, can you actually show us a photo of the coastline or a river bank going back 10 plus years and compare it today?
So I think HBRC did a LiDAR run maybe 10 years ago. When was your last one, Barry?
It was over a period of about a decade, so from about 2002 to 2017, but only bits. And that was, sorry.
Yep.
So, ideally, we'd like to take this, what we've got now, and then repeat it again in future. So, there are small parts we've done before. I do apologise for that. I should have went up there, actually. I do. Sorry.
No, that's fine. So I think we're giving you general feedback. So yes, we definitely want to be a part of that, all of it. But as Rick alluded to, it's got to take us somewhere. It's got to bring about change. I think
So a very
Chair, well, I've got to go. But Melissa, we're in.
Early 2022.
He says hobbling out the door.
And would there be so for the mapping or the developing the process for improved mapping of kind of particular cultural sites? Are there any? Because what we need there are some physical places.
I think that's the discussion you're going to have with the various groups, because each of us can have different priorities that we want to focus on.
Great. In that case, I'll prepare some material and submit it to you, Perry.
Good point.
Yeah, and just to give people an example, if we're looking at river catchments, we're looking at whenua, and we all associate with different Maori trusts that are situated on the river. We talked about pest control this morning. We look at possums killing the trees, and snapshot and talk about pest control management plans going into place. And so if any pest control management plans are going into place, we want to be able to take a snapshot, look at the trees that are dying,
Exactly.
and then when we put in that management process to manage through pest control, you want to see some change in the next 10 years, wouldn't you, by the imagery? Yep. So that would be the type of planning we'd want to put in place. Yep.
You want to know where all the watercress patches are. Good.
Up he's looking for whitebait sites.
Okay, and go up to the board. Michelle?
Ciao.
Sure. So see that being useful, especially the first one with the sedimentation, the erosion. Of course that relates to our highly erodible lands and Wairoa. So you see that it's all been really useful, especially around Tree Road Place and how we're going to fix those things. I suppose we tick in every area. The cultural. I mean, you need us for the sites of significance. And I know there was a substantial amount of work done during our settlement process. But that's where you need to go have that conversation with us, because a lot of our people, we don't actually like to actually pinpoint to these places away something. We don't like to actually say, well, here, or blah, blah, blah. In this vicinity. And I suppose, but then pairing that up with archaeological reports as well, but there is a lot more information there. And I see this as useful again for our cultural impact assessments, because it confirms with what our people have told us. So, mātauranga Māori again, mātauranga Māori. It's a big part of it. Kia ora.
Ka pai. Are we good on the board?
And just to further add that, the manu are the storytellers, and if these maps can pick up manu and habitat, that would be an added bonus. Mauri ora.
To go with the watercress.
Kia ora, Melissa. I think in your paper you sought involvement, or the question was how could this committee be involved, and you've actually heard that we want a partnership over this. So sometimes it's be careful what you ask for.
Deliver now.
Okay, with that, can I have a move and a second for the report, please?
I'll move.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Api. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Carried. Thanks very much, Melissa. Fantastic. We'll look forward to the catch-up.
And for a ride on the plane.
Okay, so we're going to item 10.3.
10.3.
13.
Well, it's supposed to is it 13, is it?
13.
We'll call it 13.
13.
Should be 13, yeah.
So, Peter?
Transport.
So, can we take them as being read? Can we take this as being read? Or is there something particular someone wanted to bring up?
Is that the Catchment Committee report, eh? And
So that's reports from regional council and committee meetings. Yes,
Yeah.
please, Chief, we can take it as read and just move straight to questions.
Straight to questions?
Cool.
No questions?
Yes. Regional Transport Committee. Okay, it's point 12 has mentioned that that I represent the Maori Committee, and that's so true. But I wasn't present at that hui on the 17th of September. But however, I totally agree with the report, what's gone through. A concern that I'd like to just mention right now that's not there on the report, and it's concerns the the new, well, the roading that's just gone through Waipatu, and the lack of vision, I suppose, and not providing a public transport bus stops either side of the where the marae is. So in the past, a public bus would stop somewhere along from the marae, and then further along it would just pull off the road. It was safe to do that. And there was the same on the other side when you're coming back towards Napier, and more so just before that corner on Bennett Road, buses could just park up there. So where am I going with this? Well, there's been a lack of vision, and it's not our fault. It's not this council's fault. But I do think, the Hastings District Council, they didn't put enough effort in providing a bus stop for public transport in that area. So when it came up a few months ago, the first person I notified was Martin Williams, our chairman of the Transport Committee, and then Tania Kerr. And they got onto it, and we had discussions with, they had discussions, we had discussions with one of their main planners over at the Hastings District Council. And the concern I had over there was a lot of hearsay coming through. We consulted with the community over there. There's one particular lady that uses the bus from Waipatu, who just lives along that road there, not far from the marae, who relied on their bus every day. And I felt sorry for her, but look at what's happening at Waipatu today. And in the last few years, we've seen papakainga being built down Bennett Road, and there's also new papakainga being built, and of course there's going to be a new kurikaupapa further down that road.
Wow.
So for the council or the regional transport committee to not know or understand the need for a public bus stop along there. Here we're talking, you see all the talk coming out in our newspapers about trying to encourage our public to use the, public transport. And here we had a golden opportunity to provide a public bus stop for the community of Waipatu. That's something that we dropped the ball. The Hastings District Council, our regional committee, transport committee, we've dropped the ball. Okay, and if you ever look at our other routes around here, you go through Waiheke, there's 4 bus stops there, across from Waiheke Marae and the other side of the road, and further around by the golf course. Waipatu is a growing community, and why aren't we catering for that community? So these councils, the Hastings District Council, our Transport Committee, we've dropped the ball. So I thought it was important to mention that to this committee at this stage.
especially since you sit on that committee, Api?
Yeah, and like I said, I brought it to the attention of our chairman and Tania Kerr, and they tried in earnest to try and do something, but just get the runabout that the planner said, oh, we consulted with the marae. The marae got in touch with the marae committee sent a letter to the council, and nothing's happened. And so it's just a shame that, so where do the people in Waipatu catch the bus? They need to walk right past the showgrounds, down past Collins Road, all that way to catch the bus. And that's where they'll be dropped off. The bus drivers have been told that you do not stop at anywhere unless there's a bus stop. Okay, that's the ruling as far as bus stops are concerned. So I thought I'd just bring that to your notice.
Thank you.
To this the notice of this committee. So, me.
Kia ora. So, just on that, thank you for bringing that to our attention. So, someone who grew up in that area and relied on the bus to actually get to school. And I still see our tamariki today who have to bus into school, whether it be over here to Ahuriri to go to the kura kaupapa over here and rely on that bus to pick them up and drop them off back over there. And also for the marae, over my lifetime, seen buses stop out there and deposit ope to go onto the marae. Right. So from us, we have a long history of actually using bus stops within that area. So as a child, there's between Waipatu and up to Ruahapia Road, just past Ruahapia Road, there was 4 bus stops in that short space. So that's how much we kind of relied on that public transport.
So can we make that as an action point for that committee to report back up? You know what I mean? Because obviously
other than
need
say
some response.
We support the stance that Uppy has taken in regards to raising this issue, and we ask that the committees continue to support Uppy and driving this issue forward, especially with Hastings District Council. Yeah.
Because we don't want to come back in 10 years' time and you're still having the same conversation. We need to try and put something in. You said when you were a young fella, standing out in the rain, waiting for your bus. So how do we action the point that Uppy's made, I suppose that's what I'm saying.
So let's driving it forward. So we're using the marae, using the kura's going to go in there and so forth, and even our kura here that drop off tamariki. So we can keep putting, if you like, pressure back on the Hastings City Council and Transit New Zealand at the end of the day.
I get the bit.
Follow up.
Mr. Chair, as you know, my in-laws live on Bennett Road, so I can comment on that personally.
Yep.
The increase in Papakainga, the one across the road, the ones that are already there, and I work at Kawananga Whanakapari o Tākitini, so that kura's going up there, that's increased the numbers. It needs to happen. I've noticed the increase in traffic when I visit my hononga. So yeah, tautoko, and thank you Uppy for making a note of that. They've gone and put a pathway in there for the
cyclists.
You go to the showground too.
Cyclists.
For the kura. So I don't know if it's no, there's a pathway on Bennett now.
Yes.
Pathway.
Rick?
Just a question I have after all of that. Whose decision is it about the location of the bus stops? It's not the Transport Committee or this Regional Council, as I understand it. So it's nothing to do with this Regional Council. Then we don't have the power of decision making. As I understand it, and you should be closer to this than I am, Uppy, the decision about where the bus stops are located are the decision of the local councils. So this is a matter for the Hastings District Council. So how do we influence, this is the question I have for you, how do we influence the Hastings District Council to rethink this decision?
So just what you do, I'd actually just like to revert you back to, this is the Regional Transport Committee. So when you say Hawke's Bay Regional Council doesn't have anything to do it, it's actually part of the Regional Transport Committee.
But the Regional Council's Transport Committee doesn't set where the bus stops are.
I actually get that, but you can't divorce yourself from it either.
No, but I'm just saying that the point is that if the Regional Council's Transport Committee decided where the bus stops were, yes, we would have some influence over it. but as I understand it, the bus stops are the decision of the local TAs.
Which is what Api pointed out.
So I'm just saying that the question I therefore had, rather than have a report from it, how do you influence the Hastings District Council's decision-making process to re-look at the decision about the location or not of a bus stop at Waipatu?
Well, it's simple. It's just a lack of communication between their planners and their council. And you can't really blame their councillors either, because even Tania Kerr, she was in the dark also.
She's the head of it.
So, well, when it comes to that kind of planning, is it the job of the planners to explain to their council this is what's going to happen in this area?
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
and so it never happened maybe.
Well,
and shouldn't their council come to the regional transport committee, us, and say, hey, this is what's happening over here, and ask us if we have any concerns or issues. And so that's never happened.
Well, if that's the case, then I think the only thing we've got reach over here is the Transport Committee from our...
Yeah.
And you're one of our reps, so ask that the Transport Committee take up the issue of a non-bus stop at Waipatu. Let them figure out how to deal with it. Otherwise we'll go around in circles.
Also, I believe you asking for our support as the Māori committee?
I think,
Yeah, I'll move that.
I think that's where Rick's trying to get us both with Mr. Chair. Rick, I mean, some of our people are sitting here, sit in the Māori committee on the Hastings District Council. It's about us also, advocating for that. If this isn't the space where it happens, then, hopefully our people go and take that to the Hastings City Council.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, we will. We've got a Takatono meeting, so I'll take this opportunity up here just to forward this item for some feedback to their agenda.
And we'll support it through the Tai Whenua as well, because we've got a member on that committee.
So from this committee, what are we doing? So I heard about Takatono and I heard about the Tai Whenua.
We're
What about
moving
this
a
committee?
motion to support Api's recommendation about a bus stop being put at Kohi Pariki Marae. That's
Waipatu.
Oh, Waipatu, sorry.
Waipatu, yeah.
Thanks to the committee.
Move it. Michelle, are you seconding?
Yes.
Thank you. Has that been captured, Peter, sufficiently for you? All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Yeah, just one other point I need to bring up in the Transport Committee, because we did, I think it was about 40 months ago, we talked about driver's licences and about because it's in the report about safer communities, and then the council had indicated maybe there was going to be some work done around providing, driver's licences in there. I just wondered what happened to that. Remember that, Uppy?
Yeah.
You might better remember that, but obviously it was part of the Safer Communities plan, and we talk about road safety, and I see the police mentioned in there, but you got a lot of people driving with no driver's license, get pulled up in the court system. I only can say because I know Pahuera went through an exercise and they got a lot of driver's license, but the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, whether it sits in that committee, had accepted that they were going to look at a plan or initiative. This is about a year or 2 years ago.
Exactly.
I think they actually fund, they fund driver licensing programs, one for Waira and one down here.
Oh, I've never seen, okay, I just haven't seen those programs, so, yep. So,
That was the recent announcement, wasn't it?
Yep.
Can I add to that, please, Mr. Chair? So Peter, the one that runs in Waira was through the college, so a lot of our rangatahi are going through that, but it's the ones who aren't getting captured there. That probably is where the issue is, because two of my teenagers have got their licenses through that program to the college, but it's the ones that aren't at college, and the older ones, they still need to go through the process. So, I think there is a proportion that are still missing out.
Yep.
So that needs to be addressed. If you could take that for us, please, Uppy, that would be appreciated.
Charlie?
Melanie has been sitting in those discussions. Going to add to this?
Cool. Will that help?
Kia ora. I've been part of the discussions for the on-demand transport, and as part of the on-demand transport, they're doing a pilot in Hastings where they'll be doing a certain route that they're going to follow. One of the questions that did come up is whether, because at the moment that route doesn't go into Waipatu, but one of the questions being posed to me was, should they consider putting a stop in Waipatu? And I had said yes.
Oh, cool.
And so with that on-demand transport, and I'm I'm involved in that group, so I can push for that as well while I'm in there, that there is a demand for a stop in Waipatu to be included in that, because that's going to be the first rollout. They're going to be doing a presentation here at the Maori Committee, but it's not coming through yet, so it should be in the next 6 months or so that they'll come through and do their presentation, therefore you could have asked those questions about the routes and stuff, and again reiterate that Waipatu needs to stop.
Okay. Charlie?
Just as an aside, one of the things that the Transport Committee asked Waka Kotahi was about the rubbish on the side, on the roadsides, and they're actually going for a more of a health promotion rather than picking up the rubbish, because they reckon it was a dangerous traffic control and traffic management to be walking down the motorways and doing it. But in saying that, I noticed that they put $2 million towards Auckland to start a rubbish promotion up there for the drivers. And I also noticed that there was a Higgins crew walking up when you jump out of Tangoio heading up the hill. They were actively walking down there picking up rubbish, so I think it was a good thing for Hastings District Council to get on, because it's obviously in their way. And so the rest of it is a council thing. The rest of the councils have to get out there and actively work out a way they have going to clean up their own roads. Wairoa especially, because she's a good long drive up there and there's a lot of rubbish alongside the road.
Thank you for that. So with that, can we have a move and a second with the reports, please? Thank you, Charles. And thank you, Api.
My pleasure.
All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Carried. Moving along. Item 14. Can we take that as read?
Yep.
I think it's self-explanatory.
Yes.
So with that, can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you, Mate. And Rose, thank you very much. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Carried. James?
We'll take it as read, Chair, and take any questions committee has.
I won't push this one because I think it's important that you look at this one. Any questions for the CEO, James? Taking too long. Moving. Katarina, are you happy to move? Thank you. And thank you, Charles. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Carried. So item 16. We can thing that with the minor item in regards to the strategic end of the year hui. They're one and the same actually, both these take. It was just as I spoke about in our pre-meeting, just the opportunity to review how we operate, what can we do better, how can we improve the outcomes from this meeting. It's about gaining value for everybody that attends these hui. That's basically it, and setting ourselves up if we should be so lucky to be rolled over with the incoming council after the incoming council elections next year. Can't wait. So, can we work with the Pouwhakarai in regards to getting a time early in the new year? Because we're all getting rushed now as we're getting closer towards Christmas. So perhaps early in the new year would be the best time for us to review that, to have that as one of our first mahi for the new year. Ka pai? Okay, so we'll leave you to sort out some dates and a venue. Ka pai? Even if it's here, that'll be good to pai.
Perhaps what will be significant as a prerequisite discussion to that will be the one on the 1st of December coming up. That'll lead straight into it.
Yes, and I think when we restructured our charter the other year, we'd put in about those work streams in there and then be more effective in the role we do. So obviously with the change that's coming up, it's quite important that we get the next 12, depending what happens, the next 12 months we, I suppose strategically we're in a better position to work as a committee. And just with some of the kōrero that's come up today, obviously we need to look at in that governance role how we can be more efficient and effective, I think, and where we see the value, because I think we've got a different conversation on values today, and then how that fits within our charter document. Yep.
So anything else? I'm happy to move that. Peter, you happy
Yep.
to second? Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So on that, Peter, Martin, I think we've covered off our minor items.
Two things were minor items. One was strategic planning for the committee, and the three waters, which I think we've covered.
Happy? That's us. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your input.
Before you close, I'd just like to say on my behalf, and I'm sure on behalf of the others, that when you see your brother Peter shortly, you give us all our best wishes, and they go from all of us.
Happy to do so. Thank you. Thank you for your words, kind words, expressions. With that, is there anything final, Petty, that you want to raise? James, you happy? Aka tai mai te wāta. Ka mihi kia koutou to our virtual wall. Thank you guys for your input this afternoon, or today. Look after, make sure keep wide or dry. And with that, ka huri ki a koe api he whakakapi a tātou hui tēnei wā.
Nā ri ora, kia ora no tātou. Thank you, Mr Chairman, for a job well done today. Ngā mihi. Nā reira, mati atua, mātou katoa e manaki e te aki, e a rahi roto tōna rangi Māori e tēnei rangi, me ngā rā e heke mai nei. Nā reira, kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te atawhai o tō tātou ariki a i, hukraiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhi ngā taitanga ki te wairu tapu. Ake, ake.
Āmeni.
Kia ora.
Mauri ora.
Mauri ora.